two, they're worried that if they go that far, they're going to turn off a healthy chunk of moderates and independents, and therefore that might not be a good electoral strategy.
Well, Prime would say that just because it's more aligned with.
I love speaking for Prime.
Yeah,
no,
yeah, I know.
Saying, like,
dude, he's been cheesing for the past 5 minutes. Like, he's having a great time. He's like, I've been praying for this for 10 years.
60 months. I feel like I know Prime because we've had this argument about so many other politicians. It's Prime does have, for as bad as they are, he does have principles. I'll give him that, and he's not just like, oh, I'll support the party if they have a candidate out. If he would be in favor of it because it would be going in line with what the politics agree with. But if she had some strong thing that he stood against, like, then he wouldn't vote for it. He just wouldn't vote for it. Like, and he would like that would be what his like prescription to be if they like are against something that you hold principally aligned that you shouldn't support them.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong, and here's something that's actually tripping me up too. Prime, did the liberals not scream at you for like a year that like you were insufficiently supportive of Biden and Kamala, and that your whole rhetoric about like earning your vote and all that kind of shit was just like vile, traitorous behavior, and you're a fucking piece of shit, and people like you depress the vote, which is why Donald Trump is now president?
He is. All is true.
I'm so happy
because according, listen, I'll just drama farm, all right? Because according to Destiny, that never was said. No, like everybody just criticized you principally because you weren't vote blue no matter who, but they never blamed you or your ilk or your political faction explicitly for the loss in 2024. And that was news to me because I was pretty sure I was in the room when I heard those things said.
I won't speak for anybody, but I will say this to speak for Prime and for other people, to be honest. I will say this, that when it comes down to the conversation, from my awareness, because I didn't know Prime back in the day, of course, I was very critical of people on the far left that were not voting for Democrats because I thought Trump, and I was vindicated that Trump is a big threat to American liberalism, democracy, and obviously America in general, and by extension, the entire world. So of course I was very critical of that, but the main component that I see a lot of the argumentation on, the main reason why Biden and the Democrats lost was people's perception after COVID due to the economy and how their affordability and their way of life is in default a blame to Biden. In addition, you can even attach to like the Sleepy Joe stuff and the bad debate performance as well as the core reason. That doesn't alleviate any criticism that goes to the leftists. But if we're having a core argument versus a, part of the pie type of blame type of argument, I think these are distinctively different. So it depends on like what we're talking about.
So are you saying that you still have that harsh criticism? You just don't think it was outcome determinative?
Yes.
Okay. See, but I do feel like even, and I appreciate that because like who can tell what's outcome determinative? It's probably like the totality of all these things added up. But I'm pretty sure the heat that Prime received over the past year was like, fuck you, you leftist piece of shit. You're the reason why this didn't work. You and all the people who were dragging your tails between your legs, like that. Even if they like caveated it with that little asterisk of maybe it wasn't outcome determinative, I'm pretty sure I was in the room a few times when Prime or somebody like Prime was getting yelled at for torpedoing the 24 election. So I need to let my dogs outside, but I'll be right back.
I blame Prime specifically and exclusively. This day, it wasn't. It's not even just leftists. It's Prime guys in particular.
Honestly, if there's the WIT class and the Pisco class, this is the Prime class. Prime class is the one that made all these leftists not vote for Kamala Harris, and that's why Trump won.
It is. It's your fault.
Prime, you want to speak on this issue, by the way?
I don't. I don't know if I do. I gotta check in with everyone else to see if I do. Okay. Well, I am so glad to be brought into this conversation. That's fantastic. Okay. And what I would say, first of all, is that like I'm sad that there's only 3 of you. I wish it was 10 of you to argue against me because I love it. Yeah, I mean, counterpoints. He knows how to attack my pleasure centers
Oh, I know you're fucking cheesing. This has to be like when MAGA, like probably like early adopters of Donald Trump started seeing MAGA making inroads to the Republican Party. They must have been high as a fucking kite. And I'm assuming that you're having a similar biochemical experience where you're like, yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, pretty much. So it's also news to me that leftists weren't blamed. I mean, like, again, like, I'm not sure if you heard it, counterpoints, but like, bam, like he wasn't like joking about what he just said previously. Bam said he blamed me in particular.
Yes.
In particular for the failure of Joe Biden and Harris. And there were many others who did exactly this. This is what I lost my shit a little bit last week, right? Because of this, because of being gaslight, like that didn't happen, right? Like I just like it's been more than a year, right? Like it's almost 2 years now since that took place, and yeah, I remember. And it's amazing, right? That like lying, sleazy piece of shit, Destiny. Like, so I'm just going on your words, but like he's a lying, sleazy piece of shit, so it's believable that now he's like rewriting history. Actually, fuck you. Yeah, I mean, I argued personally with Destiny, I believe, on this. I haven't talked to him much in the intervening years, so I forget like our exact conversations. I did talk to him about the genocide, so this is all quite related. But I'm pretty sure I talked to him specifically about this. In any case, it doesn't matter. Yeah, but like I was on a podcast with Pisco, with Hutch, I believe his name is.
Yeah. But was it Live and Learn?
Yeah, I believe so.
That's where this proxy battle is happening.
Okay. So as always, Prime is out of the loop because I don't keep track of whatever else they're doing and never do. Yeah. But yeah, it's usually not my concern, but I'm just going to react, based on what you're telling me. So if there's any, just so people understand that. But yeah, I was there. Yeah, Pisco, Hutch, and IRI was there. What's his face with the beanie?
Soypill.
Yeah, Soypill.
My boy.
Yeah. They were there, and it was all against me. Well, Soypill was trying to like moderate, but all against me, just the way I love it. I wish there were more. Handled them quite easily. And then of course I had like a direct conversation with Pisco one-on-one. This was months before that. I had a big debate with Pisco. Pisco completely unprepared for the situation and was like floundering the entire time, right? And can only play on word games.
So what do you mean when you
actually
say
dealing? Actually, yeah. Then actually dealing with my arguments. So yeah, it happened. We have video proof of it happening, right? So and this is part of the process of like editing memories. This is going to be important later on, right? Because we're going to go a lot farther than this. Because one day, here's the end goal of that, right? One day, everyone would have been against the genocide. Everyone would have said, like, well, of course I was against. I did everything I could. Why? Of course, no, of course, no.
I'll be the one person still be like, no, it's an ethnic cleansing, not a genocide.
Okay, well, you do that. But like, I'll trust me. I'll be there. Decades later. I swear to you, counterpoints, right? I swear to you on this. I will never let it go. I will never let this go.
I want to roll one more grenade into the conversation though. So here's the argument that's happening from the liberals that are more aligned with Destiny and Hutch. They're saying that people like Prime, people like Kyle Kalinske, Breaking Points, people like Hassan Piker, etc. They will only concede to vote blue no matter who, or coalition building when it's absolutely necessary. But whenever it's advantageous for them to be sticks in the mud because they want to drag the Overton window left, they're not going to commit to these principles. And so as a result, the center left liberals should basically abandon vote blue no matter who, because the far left is engaged in a ratchet effect to drag people more towards their belief structure, but they will never concede or stop criticizing the liberals when it's disadvantageous to liberals. But I'll be right back.
I'll throw in this caveat from my understanding. And again, I hate speaking for other people, but this is my perspective on the situation, especially since I'm more aligned with Hutch. I think Destiny is kind of going too far, so I'm more aligned with Hutch in this kind of conversation. From my understanding, what Hutch said that I've seen is that he still advocates for vote blue no matter who. He still will tell people to vote blue no matter who, but he won't utilize that rhetoric anymore because it's become so toxic. And that's to each their own. I never believed in the core concept. My concept is MAGA lose no matter what. So I don't care if it's independent, center left, or far left. MAGA needs to lose and lose all their power. That's kind of my current principle. But ultimately, I don't think Hutchins ever went as far as like he would not advocate for the candidate and as like Destiny. And the big worry, even though I don't agree with the sentiment, the big worry of the rise of socialism, which my understanding you agree with, Counterpoints, is that they do not want this principle, socialism, to rise in the first place because they see communism just as bad as MAGA fascism. They're at two sides of the same coin in terms of how bad they are, and they're antagonistic to their principles, which is liberalism at the end of the day.
I mean, no, that's what they say, but then they're adopting a position that I had like a year ago, which they were giving me shit for, which is so funny that on the eve of the midterms is when they changed their mind. We're what? November 3rd is the election. So September, October, November. We're literally 60 days out from the election and they changed their calculus, okay? So what I was getting yelled at 6 months ago was that the Republican Party and the MAGA movement is such a dire threat that even if Mao Zedong was, the nominee for the Democratic Party in some congressional seat or the Senate, it is so important for the Democrats to take power back in order to hold MAGA accountable that you have to vote for the communist. Okay, that's what I was being yelled at 6 months ago. Now what's happening, though, is the liberals are starting to see some actual socialists or socialist sympathetic electoral people coming up. And they're like, I don't know about this. And so they're kind of coming to the calculus of, well, maybe I would vote for a center right guy to stop a far left person, which actually, like, as much as I'm giving them shit for it, that's my prescription. I'm just giving them shit for it because they only came to this prescription 20 seconds ago.
But at the end of the day, they are utilizing in vacuum hypotheticals to come to this calculation, because in reality, center right people don't exist right now. They're just non-existent. So this calculation actually has no betting in terms of real candidate prospects for the foreseeable future. And
I think he means that by candidates, but I think I know Counterpoints.
Well, that's the thing. There is no candidates we could talk about.
He's the person you're saying doesn't exist. The same way I think you're Counterpoints. He's a center right.
But at the same time, like there's very few electoral candidates that represent my brand of republicanism, and so the hypothetical, for instance, would be in the general in 2028. Let's say it's like Zoran Mamdani versus Marco Rubio, right? Who are you voting for? Because I would vote for Marco Rubio, even though he was a part of the MAGA administration. But there are a lot of Democrats who are saying Zoran Mamdani because they think they need a balance, even though they think he's too far left. They want to balance out what the United States is. And then there's also some liberals who are saying, I can't go that far left. So they would either abstain from voting or they would vote for Rubio.
Well, the issue isn't even, well, I mean, I have issues with Marco Rubio's personal politics, but like the issue with me is just that with the Republican Party is just like, oh, okay, no one, like you've all completely sacrificed any concept of principle or belief in like the Constitution or America, like the way the American political system works. That's the thing that's more like the one I don't know who brought it up last conversation, but they was like, would you vote for Marco Rubio or Thomas Massey? I'm not under any I understand that Thomas Massey's politics are more conservative than Marco Rubio's, but Thomas Massey ended up standing for something. He ended up and and I don't like the way he voted on things, but it's like, oh, okay, like the like it's weird that we moved past the boat shootings, like that was insane, like that wasn't a small potatoes issue. But it's fact. I like the fact that, like, oh,
I'm sorry, what, the boat shootings?
Yeah,
Trump
when we were going up to Venezuela,
bombing those boats. Yeah,
the
Trump administration bombing the boats of people without due process. You remember that?
You don't even remember
military was killing
things every week.
Sorry, I'm confused. Bombs dropped? Like, I don't. Are you using hyperbolic language? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
He's talking about blowing up the Caribbean boats.
Oh, boats. I thought you meant vote. VV.
Oh, yeah. We said
so I was like, boat
yeah.
bombings. Like, I don't remember him bombing the boats. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I did
Bombing the boats. Yeah.
Okay,
But like that should have been administration ending. And it wasn't. Like, and we continue, like, we're just continued on playing in this game. But I think that might have been one of the first times that I seen Massey make up open, like, he was voting no, but he was like holding his tongue. He was like, oh, like, I'll just vote no and mind my business. But like, he made a public statement, and I was like, oh, okay, I don't agree with his politics. But I was like, but this is an elected official that has some principles. That he was elected for some certain reason, like that, has something he's going to stand up for.
It seems like he still cares about the American project. Yeah, that's how I feel about Thomas Massey over Rubio as well. But it also kind of coincides. I probably would still pick Mamdani over Rubio as of right now, because the alignment with MAGA is too much for me personally. If it was like a center right Republican that actually existed, maybe if we're still talking about like Kissinger, maybe
that's what my chat said. Kinzinger or Kasich or Romney or something like that.
Hold on,
I'm just saying these people
Kissinger?
are more.
Hold on. No, sorry. Just. Oh my god!
Here we
liberals.
Go. Here we go.
Fucking liberals.
Prime's tits
no,
right
fucking
off.
Liberals. Sorry. Come on, Kissinger, right? Another honest to God war criminal. You'd be like, yeah, why not? Honest to God war criminal. The suffering of hundreds of thousands, not millions of people, like the blood on his hands. He actually.
I didn't compare him to Mamdani. I compared him to Marco Rubio.
Right, and he. Sorry, hon.
I'm talking about compared to Marco Rubio. That's what
there was
Marco
two calculations.
Rubio, like so far. I mean,
talking about socialists again,
but he hasn't. Oh, 1 second. He hasn't done anything so far. Right?
That's his aspiration. He's great. He would do war crimes right now if he could.
Maybe. Hold on. Sorry. To be clear, I'm not saying you should vote for either of these people. That's my thing. Is don't vote for either of them. But he would say, like, I would vote for an honest to God war criminal. Like, that's damage control here, right? A war criminal, like a proven war criminal, over an aspirational war criminal.
Well, no,
amazing.
But Prime, I don't agree to your definition, because you said that every politician that's ever existed is a war criminal. You was like, yeah, like you said this verbatim.
No.
Said every president. He said every president.
I said every president. All the presidents are war criminals. As far
so
as
eventually,
there might be one or two that are not, but I'd be willing to hear arguments for one or two. But sorry, what'd you say?
Prime. At the end of the day, nobody.
Sorry, no, Radell. Sorry.
Prime. No, I'm not making a claim that you could vote for Kissinger. The claim that I was making is in regards to what a center-right Republican would look like nowadays. That's the only thing that I was describing. I don't think that would fall under the. I know that's what we are right now. Especially if you align with MAGA, I don't think you can ever be.
Wait a minute. I understand there's things you don't like. What do you think that he's not politically center-right? You're talking about what makes him a good or bad candidate. I'm talking about where does he stand on the political spectrum that doesn't make.
No, I understand. Right. Sorry, first of all, I don't know enough about like his Kissinger's thoughts on tax policies, right? Like, I never give a fuck about that because of the war criminal part, right? Yeah, the war criminal part is the thing that keeps distracting me every time I look into war Kissinger. But I'm just saying that that in terms like what is center right? Well,
I can tell you.
I would say, if you're paying attention to me, you should know. You should already know what I was going to say, right? Yeah, Democratic Party. That's the center right. That's center right, not Bernie Sanders. Yeah, but Democratic Party, the corporal Democrats, that's center right. And it only gets worse from there. So if you want to pick a fine Republican candidate, there are some blue dog Democrats.
Pick a standard Democrat.
Will be very happy, right?
Right.
Not
so if they're the right, who's a centrist?
Hey man, if I could have it to where it's Democrat versus Democrat in the general, I would love that. Democrat versus Democrat in general, love it.
We have to. We can't let even if it's Prime Show.
No, progressives. No, I internet progressives.
No,
yeah.
AOC is just a center. She's not left wing at all in her politics. She's a center.
I don't know exactly.
She's left of center. She's just left of center.
Yeah, like left of center.
Let Prime say dumb things.
I don't care. I don't care where to place like AOC exactly, right? Especially she's definitely a moving target, right? So like wherever she is, I don't know.
Mamdani's at least left of center, right?
The point is that
here's a funny hypothetical my chat proposed was Hillary Clinton running as a Republican versus Zoran Mamdani as a Democrat.
I'd vote Zoran twice.
I hate your hypotheticals, bro. These hypotheticals are so stupid, bro.
The thing is,
Zoran twice.
The first woman president.
You see how happy New Yorkers are?
So honestly, Zoran, like I haven't said anything bad about him. He's at the state level, which matters less. But as far as things he can do as a mayor, he seems to be doing a good job.
Okay, can we stop saying that about Zoran? He's at a state. He's in New York City. He's in probably one of the most important cities in America. Yeah. Well, no, not even like it's a pretty big city, right? It's a pretty big city. It's the most important. Getting minimized. No, I feel like he keeps getting minimized, right? I feel like Zoran, because of where he is and because he's DSA or whatever the fuck it is, all the shit he does, all the shit that he's doing, and all the motion he's getting gets minimized, right? Well, he's just a state actor. He's just a city actor. He's the mayor of New York. This is a big.
He's the most high-profile city mayor I've ever seen in my life. I don't know how he's getting undermined at all, to be honest. He is
honestly. I'm seeing a lot of people from this.
Well, because no mayor I've ever seen in New York City history has ever been put in so many high-profile political conversations.
They've never had this much swag. I don't know what you want. Like he's
not being minimized. He's being
no. I feel the left of center is trying to undercut him because if he gets the motion that he actually if his shit actually goes through, if his shit actually works. You saw Hunter last week. He was like, well, I guess I'm never going to speak again because I'm just wrong about everything. It's like, well, yeah, that's why you guys everyone's trying to kind of cut him down every chance they get.
So I wanted to get back to, what I was asked for. And thanks for being here, Ali.
Sure. W.
And to our friend Counterpoints. So what I like to say is that, first of all, Bam, I give you your spot back there. It's nice. You've been in your heart for a long time. But to Counterpoints. So in terms of like what you the last thing you said about like Hassan and Kyle Kulinski, right? As always, and I don't think you were asking me to do this, but like as always, like I abstain from like answering for them, right? Like that's what like these like piece of shit liberals always try to do, like all the time, right? Like Hassan said a thing, right? And so Prime, like, what are your thoughts? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Do you avow or disavow? I don't care. Usually I'm learning about the thing from you because I don't pay attention to what Hassan says, right? I hear a little bit more from Kyle Kulinski, but like not that
no
much
one
more,
makes
right?
bigger fans of Hassan than his haters. I want to let you know this right now, Connor. No one.
What?
I know more about Hassan only because you guys won't shut the fuck up about him. Only because you won't shut the fuck up. Otherwise, I don't watch his streams. I don't watch his clips.
The only news I ever hear about Hassan are from his haters. Like I never.
Well, hold on.
You think I'm gonna read a GQ article about Hassan Piker?
Okay, but hold up. So this is where I feel like we have to vacillate back and forth between whether or not the alternative media actually does anything for politics. But the dude gets, between 15 and 30,000 live. He's campaigning with actual mainstream politicians. He's talking to Congress members. I'm not saying that he's outcome determinative, but if you were looking at like, I think a decade ago, it would have been unthinkable that 30% of the Democratic Party would identify as Democratic Socialist. I can only assume that the reason why people are identifying as Democratic Socialists is because of the popularization by alternative media figures. There's no mainstream media figures popularizing the term, but it's Bernie Sanders and AOC who have both hung out with Liz Hassan.
And Liz Cheney.
You don't think it's because these guys are just vocalizing their wants? You don't see every DSA person like every normie person who's like, well, yeah, socialists just want healthcare and free college. And it seems like Hassan is echoing them. It's not so much that Hassan taught people to be DSA. It's people were kind of wanting these things. They're hearing about these things, and this person's vocalizing it when other people weren't.
Nah, DSA is
if it's one or the other, it doesn't really
I know now it is, but I'm just saying
so for instance,
the socialist thing.
Okay, hold on. I will admit that if Hassan died, another alternative media character would take over his slot within the ecosystem. But that doesn't mean that the movement isn't happening, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying, but why is the movement happening, right? Is it that Americans want these socialist policies that they're seeing across the world that seem to benefit the people, or is it that Hassan and these socialist streamers are brainwashing the average American into thinking they want these things? And it's like,
I think it's both, right? But we don't even agree on what socialism is because that discourse has been so poisoned in the 20th and 21st century.
Yeah. So I want to try to tackle this, right? So like my pushback against, and maybe it's not directly against you, Connor, right? But like my pushback against the general sentiment, right? Is just that because liberals are weak-willed, spineless individuals, right? Who constantly need a daddy themselves, right? They assume that you need a daddy. Right, that there's someone out there that you have to constantly be defending, just like they decried Joe Biden, genocide Joe Biden, right? They assume that you have to have someone as well, right? And so they'll just go down the list trying to find. Are you going to defend this? What about Bernie Sanders? You're going to defend Bernie Sanders? No. You know what? I'll toss Bernie Sanders on the bus in a second, right? If Bernie Sanders does something,
you think it's a normal thing?
Please hold on, I'm going to finish. If Bernie Sanders does a thing that I find like deeply congruent with my principles, right? He's fucking gone. I have no loyalty to any of these people, period, right? Politicians are politicians. There's some politicians I like more. I certainly like Bernie Sanders more than pretty much anyone else. There's a few maybe more, right? I like Ro Khanna a lot, right? But I don't have to dick ride any of them. Right, I will use them as far as I can use them to get my policy agenda, and that's as far as that, right? So I just don't have to defend them, and like liberals like cannot wrap their minds around this, right? Which is why they keep asking me, right? For who is my daddy? They're gonna find out one of these days, right? So anyway, so Hassan and Kyle Kulinski are like one of these like possible daddies. That's why they bring them up, right? And so I push that aside. But I think that like. In terms of socialism, let's like understand. So you were talking about and I think you're absolutely correct here, Connor, that the term democratic socialist has been poisoned, right? Like these people are more sock dems, at least the elected officials, right? Are more socialist Democrats. Very confusing terms, I know, right? But that is different, and that doesn't go nearly as far. And we can see this tension. Right, we can see this just last week. We can see this tension. We can see this tension when the DSA announces their national platform, right? That has a bunch of tenets on it, right, including abolishing prisons, abolishing the Senate, and I'm sure other things. I didn't read the thing myself, right? But like there was this point where like a lot of candidates, right, who you would think be aligned. We're like, I don't necessarily support that, right? Many of these people aren't like necessarily aligned with and to be clear, I just want to clear something up. Like there's the national DSA and then there's the regional DSAs, right? National DSA has its own platform, and that's the thing that like got like all that attention. But the regional DSAs have different platforms that are very localized, and like a lot of people are like, well, I support like either this platform or I have to support something like it, right? At the very least, like the regional stuff, not necessarily the national. But the point is, right, the reason I'm bringing that up is that like there's a tension as to like what is actually being offered right now on the politician level. On the politician level, they're just talking about hopefully be back. They're just talking about how hey, we need to raise the minimum wage. We need to have like a Medicare for all type scheme. We need to a funded Department of Education. These things have massive support among the public, massive support, right? With the exception, I guess, of the Medicare for all like thing, right? Like that, none of this is like very socialisty, right? Socialisty. This is all very small bore stuff compared to like the rest of the world and what they get up to.
So are you saying there's a detachment for the national DSA and the rest of the candidates that align on the far left? Are you making that detachment right now? You think that exists, or do you think there is
it absolutely does? Like there was a whole bunch who were like asked about the national platform last week, and then they like said, no, I don't support that.
Most people don't know the platform.
But the point, my point is, sorry, I'm just going to wrap it up very quickly, right? My point is that like one, I don't know if there's a elected official, at least not on the federal level, who is a democratic socialist. I don't know if one of those exists currently. I don't know if the one exists on the state level. Maybe on a local level, but not maybe on the state level. None of them are actually democratic socialists, right? So then, like, what are people, right? Like you said in that poll, like people, a high percentage of individuals, identify as democratic socialists, right? If you ask them what that means, you're gonna get a whole slew of answers. Many of them, like,
they're all going to be social democrats. They're going to want college and healthcare. They're going to want college, healthcare, better transportation, maybe cops beating the shit out of them a little bit less, and that's probably it. But my thing is, though, my frustration with this apologia, it's not whether or not I think that like public transport or reliable transport for the working class is bad. I'm not trying to do apologetics,
to be clear, but
what's that?
I'm not trying to do apologetics for it, like, to be clear.
Just to point out my beef.
What's happened?
My beef is not that I don't think people need access to healthcare, or that people shouldn't have access to quality education, or that people shouldn't have reliable transport, especially for the working class, so they can get to their jobs, and it shouldn't be like, I don't know, a shit covered like needles on the ground fucking shithole every time that they go someplace. That's not my beef. My beef is that these things I think are used to cover up a more long-term nefarious project. I think I've defined it accurately in the past that the 19th century definition of socialism without Marx is emancipating the working class from the oppressions of capitalism. But I think it's a misdiagnosis. With Marx, it's the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, ending in communism, a moneyless, stateless class of society. I think if you look at the 20th century, this has generated some of the shittiest societies on the planet. And then the reason why we're all like, Hassan, 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 is because we're trying to figure out if y'all are the public transport, healthcare, and education socialists, or if you guys are the ones who are going to usher in like state capitalist China, fucking Orwellian flock cameras on every street corner to check whether or not you say racial slurs in video game lobbies, socialists. Like, we're trying to figure out which one y'all are, and also whether or not you're like rubes for the state capitalist Chinese Marxist Leninist socialists.
But here,
I also want to add
differentiate.
I can maybe believe that you are checking on that counterpoints, right? Like, I'll take your word for it that that's what you're looking for. Not some of these other people are looking for. They just want to undermine the entire project, right? From progressives on to SOCDEMs, on to Democratic Socialists, on up, right? On leftists. They're trying to undermine the whole project. The only project they want is a neoliberal one. Period. Right? That's the one that they root for. That's one they bat for. They'll say other things. They'll deny that, and they'll put forth a policy that like sounds kind of progressive, but these people, first of all, they never fight for them. As soon as they come up within Congress, right, there'll be yet another excuse as to why it can't pass. Once again, the Democrats failed again. Oh no, too bad. I guess we'll just have to do status quo for another decade more. Who could? What do you know, right? Like, but again, I hear you, Connor, right? Like, I disagree with your standpoint. But like, I understand what you're trying to tell me. And I think you're an honest actor here. But no, these other the corporal Democrats, right? And their mouthpieces,
yeah, they want your vote, but they don't want any of your ideas.
None of them.
They don't want any of the work.
They
just want to get paid to be lazy.
Last thing, I'll say last thing.
I don't.
Welfare queens in the politicians.
All right.
Very last thing.
I feel like the generalization.
One second. Very last thing, and then go ahead and tell me how wrong I am. But fuck, I just want to say, they want our votes. They don't want our ideas. And. Oh fuck! Now it's lost. All right, whatever. Go ahead, Radell.
All right, my apologies, Prime. My thing is, when it comes down to this conversation, I'm not a big fan of like this overgeneralization to the broad brush of. At this point, I don't even know what corporate Democrats really mean, center left Democrats really mean. I've spoken. I don't like speaking for people, and I don't like to speak in generalities. But from my perspective, from the people I engage with, from the politicians I've spoken to, and from the people that I've spoken to and the people I've researched, a lot of them want to advocate for policies that progress things moving forward. Now, is there a frustration because of how things work in the Senate that prevents things from going forward? Of course. You have the entirety of the Republican Party saying, fuck no. And then you have a couple of Democrats also saying, fuck no. And then it just doesn't get passed, even though like the majority of Democrats go like, we wanted it, but it doesn't. Does there need to be reform there? Sure. But to make this broad brush, I just don't think that is the case.
Well,
when it comes down to this conversation, and the concerns that are being brought out, I do think people have that concern regarding the rise of socialism and communism. Yes, there's the perception gap where most people don't know what socialism is. Yes, most of them want those progressive policies. But this is what I would advocate for. I would make sure that each candidate has a very clear deciding line on, do you support this platform and its underlying principles? And yes, some of them go like, I'm capitalist. I appreciate Abdul saying I am capitalist. But then when you hang out with the guy that does support the national platform, Hassan Piker, at the end of the day, you can understand the concern because he's just going to spread the message and appeal to socialism, bar none, without hesitation.
Wait, do you want the guy to get the votes, or do you not want the Democrat to get the votes? Right?
When did I say I didn't want the guy to get the votes?
Well, because the hesitation of like who he's politicking with, right?
I didn't hesitate. I said you.
I know you didn't hesitate, but if a lot of people on your side do, especially when they see him side with Hassan, right?
Well, if you're going to make this absolute claim on people saying you shouldn't vote for them, but also deny the concern that people have with the person he's affiliated with, at that point, that's not fair, because you guys have had concerns with people based off their affiliations before, which I understand. Their affiliations with, for example, AIPAC, right? You would have concerns because of that, because of your principles. I get that. But if someone has a very clear underlying principle that communism cannot rise in America, communism, bad, and Hassan Piker epitomizes that, why are you associating with this individual? That makes me very upset.
He has 10 to 30,000 concurrent viewers and has motion. So like
motion over principles. That's why we're gonna have to ask.
I mean, it's not motion over principles. Why can't he just be using Hassan for those votes that come with him? Because I'm sorry, not everyone, the Hassan fans that support Hassan, I don't think anyone really wants communism. I think there's a small amount of people in America that want communism, and I think the majority of people just want the progressive shit. And it seems like when they hear the liberal creators that used to be progressives talk about it, right? It seems like they're kind of slowing down on talking about it, right? Everyone's kind of being more pragmatic. Everyone's being a little bit more like, hey, well, no, we have to wait for the Senate. We have to wait for this. But then meanwhile, like, even though like we can see that they're not getting, what do you want to say?
No.
Yeah, can I say something real quick?
I jump on that very quickly just to say that, like, the reason why you're seeing this move, right, to some nebulous idea of socialism, whatever that might be in people's minds, is because of the clear, consistent, decades-long failure of the Democratic Party, right? That's what.
And if you're seeing the accelerationism, it's honestly because we look at Trump. People see Trump, he gets in the presidency, and then what happens? Fucking Doge comes in and does whatever the fuck he wants. He cuts the Department of Education. He fucks with the Department of Health. He does all these things, and then when Democrats get into power, it's like, well, we can't do anything without the vote and without the. It's like, well, how come they can? Even though it may be to our detriment.
That aligns with my point. Donald Trump, when he was running for presidency, was pushing out populist messaging that appealed to the people. He said all these things. No new wars. I'm going to fix the economy. I'm going to put more money in your pockets. Blah, blah, blah. Now, of course, people who followed Donald Trump and knew who he was and knew the background realized this is all lies. It's all bullshit. It's lies. But he got the support. He got in. And what did he do? He fucked America. So if we're doing the same thing when it comes down to the left, where we're not doing the same thing. Yo, I don't really like that. I don't really like that. I don't want someone to come in power to fuck America.
So once again, the issue you have there, Radell, is
that's a dumb fuck thing to say. We're obviously not doing the same thing. Donald Trump. That's like such a 2D like view of politics, right? Oh, this must be a mirror image, right? They're both.
I didn't say it was a mirror image. I was talking about the rhetoric.
But you just
the rhetoric.
But that's what you said. Oh my god! Like
rhetoric ends in disaster is kind of what you were saying.
I listened to what you said, and you're like, oh, if you're going to do this on the left. Right? Then like that's a big issue. No, we're not trying to do this on the left. No one's trying to do that. No one's trying to lie and deceive like the electorate. Like so we're not doing that. So you just believe it. On from that, if you can find me a Donald Trump of the far left or whatever, right? I would love to see them, right? Please show me that individual. I would definitely love to.
His name rhymes with Hassan Weicker.
That's not Hassan. Okay, this is like literally
Trump is Hassan
right now. Hassan
Trump and Hassan are the same.
Like Donald Trump. Again, this is why
Trump is worse, but I think
Trump is the president.
Oh, I'm not saying it's a mirror image,
right?
But then he says some dumb shit like Hassan is Donald Trump. Actually,
even in influence, in amount of influence. Like
I'm not talking about influence. I'm talking about
ideology.
Because like Donald Trump is
principles and your policy will fuck America.
Right? That's
Trump
not.
Is worse.
These aren't the same things. No, they're not. And the fact that you can't actually see the difference there shows me how much
I do see the difference,
right? How much?
Wait, can I talk?
It's a very clear. It's a very clear comparative analysis. Go ahead.
I just think that
come on. Actually, do the comparison then. Go ahead, do the comparison.
He's someone who has his power level.
Policies, rhetoric.
Okay,
if put in power, would fuck America.
Okay, okay. I see. I don't like either policy, and so that must be the same thing. This is his political analysis. Connor's laughing over there. This is his political analysis here, right? Like,
do you think it's simply I don't like Hassan's policy?
I get on. I understand you don't like him. That's fair, right? And
no, I think his ideology is dangerous.
That's fine. Yes, you can use whatever adjective you want. But like to say these are the same thing, and then when I ask me, okay, you can do a simple comparative analysis. What you tell me is that they have both bad policies, and so
I think we're completely missing then why is it popular if it's dangerous? Like why the popularity?
Yeah, why?
Because tons of people can't have dog shit ideas simultaneously.
Like regime. Right? That ignores the facts. Right? That involves a media apparatus, right? That'll launder his lies this entire time. That will have a plan to I don't know, destroy what? Destroy what exactly? I'm not exactly sure here, right? It depends on what's in your mind. But America, it's going to destroy America.
All right, I have a rant.
God forbid a Muslim has a little motion.
No, it's like
I fuck with my dog. Trust me,
less people. Radell had nothing for us, right? And
I have a rant when you're ready for it.
I don't give a.
Well, no, Bam has a rant first.
So don't worry. Hold on.
All right, let's hear Bam's rant. Then I want to rant.
No, hold on. No,
this is Prime
no one
show.
will talk until I tell them to, right? So once again, like
he's being
when given the opportunity, when given the actual opportunity to make the comparison, I gave the space to do it. Well, they both had policies that I dislike, and so they both must be the same. Wow!
Can you send an invite to Jebtan?
We can go to Bam.
Can you send an invite to Jebtan?
Yeah, we could just put him into the group DM if he wants to be in.
Okay.
So go ahead, Bam.
So I'll be honest. I have issues. I don't have any issues with Hassan. I don't think Hassan's politics are good just because I think he has his power level. And I think he capes for a lot of crazy policies involving like Cuba and China and like that. I don't like the way he does politics. Which I think that would be the similarity I share with he shares with Trump, is he lets populism lead to him like hiding what he's actually for. But I actually don't care about El Said, like, you know, going over there and saying like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we do more for the American people, and like saying that like I'm gonna get these young voters excited about me. I actually don't like. To me, it's leaning into what Republicans want to like make that the association. I kind of hold El Said to the things that he's talking about and currently talking about and advocating for. I do think that they're like, when people say like, oh, it should, you know, like they don't really know what socialist or communist means, so it shouldn't be taken seriously. I don't think that's the correct answer, because I think that the words we associate things with matters, because it allows for people to take wrong assumptions and go in the wrong direction. So for example, if someone said that, like, I don't know, I'm sure a lot of people in here would love free college, and if Trump did free college, it would be like, you would say like, oh, okay, he did a good thing. But if Trump did free college and he said the reason you have to thank free college for is fascism. If you want free college, you need to, you know, advocate for fascism. Like, even if you got what you want, I think it would be easy to understand, like, wait a minute, like it would be important to differentiate. That's not because of fascism, because you understand if people like get a positive association with fascism, it can lead to more negative policies down the line. Is any of that controversial? Okay.
No, fair. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah. So like, so if you say that, like, if people, you know, if people associate with communism, even if the actual policies they're advocating for aren't communist or aren't socialist, if you believe that, like, oh, actually, it can open us up to a negative rabbit hole if we don't have the conversations about like how this policy comes to be, and maybe you believe it actually is because of socialism, communism, and that's its own conversation you can have. But I think that some people's argument would be that, like, wait a minute, we do live in a mixed economy. We have the ability to do socialized healthcare. We have the ability to do all these things,
which I agree
with that without socialism, actually, without giving up the concept of capitalism as a whole, without giving it the concept of markets. And, you know, we don't have to give up to like playing.
So then you want people to believe in a concept, but then, like, when do they get to feel the effects of this concept? Right? We can do socialized healthcare, we can do socialized education, we can do like these things. But like, when are we going to feel the effect of this promise? Considering, like, I think people are kind of sick of the fact that we're this far along in America and we're having so many of these like problems of a developing country. It feels like that's the perception of people. The issue is like, yeah, Democrats are saying like, yeah, we can do this. We can. It's like, we can. But like, when? And so it's like, then now people are going to start going towards the accelerationists or the extremes. When you have people that are like getting up and promising these things, right? Well, then you're going to vote in like someone like a Mamdani, right? And if Mamdani proves to be true, right? And then you give him 3-4 years or whatever it is, and his shit just works out. It continues to work. Well, then people aren't
potholes, he cares.
People aren't going to go more towards the center anymore. They're going to go more towards left, because it seems like the left gets shit done. And if they're associating with like socialism, right, DSA, whatever it is, well, then like it is the socialist policies, because the liberal policies or the center policies or the moderate policies aren't getting shit done. And the people that are running under this flag and the people that are supporting the people that have this tag are supporting the things we need, not even want. So, I mean, like, well, then it is the socialists, it is the leftists, because those are the people.
The reason I like Mamdani, like what Mamdani's done, because I don't think Mamdani's done anything socialist to this point.
He's advocating for.
Like, but he's also a mayor. I mean, to be fair,
he has free health care, child care, for I think.
He has the grocery stores he's trying to implement. And up.
I forget. It's one of those.
I mean, other cities have the grocery stores. Atlanta has.
That's socialism. Yeah, that's what.
That is
they do have those things. Yeah.
That is perceived.
Actually, that's decommodifying the goods of the whatever. Like Connor said.
Like, but I'm saying that like a liberal Democrat implemented this policy. So I'm
saying they tend to do. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, like there is
socialist policy.
There's a similar like city-run grocery store to what Mamdani's proposing, and it's like Alabama or Mississippi. What's one of those? But like it happened in that town. And the reason why capitalism happened to fail. Oh wow, who could have seen that coming, right? But like this town is like, it's small, right? And their local grocery stores like all shut down, And then they're like Walmart and stuff, like was it going to open like a box store there, right? And so they were living in a food desert. And so what they did was they created a city-run grocery store, and the townspeople love it. And then when like it's great because it's got media attention, right? Like because this is like deep in the South. Again, I forget which state it is, but one of those, like one of the ones you'd imagine. But anyway, when this got attention, like the elected officials, I remember this it's on camera, right? It's like, hey, yes, everyone's liking this. Please don't use the S word here. Please don't talk about socialism. This isn't socialism. This isn't socialism. Okay, everything is good here, so no need to mention that because he knew he would scare off his like there would be a rational fear.
Voters,
I mean, it's not Brian, but it seems like you're making my argument for me. You're saying that like the word association matters. Like you're saying that like no, it has to be socialism.
The word association doesn't matter.
That's what I'm saying.
It does matter.
So I'm like, no, this is capitalism. And you're like, no, it's not capitalism. We can't associate that with capitalism and socialism.
No,
it's just
I can see like I can already see to that point that like associations matter, right? Like what is to blame for the good things in my life, right? And and I understand you're trying to make an extreme point, so I'm not like trying to harp on you on this, Bam, right? But like there is a basket, like there are different baskets of like policies, right? That can be offered to the public. Like fascism, right, would never do the socialized healthcare, right? That would never come out of that basket. Again, I know you're trying to make an extreme point there, but like, but going on with your example, yeah, like for the hypothetical, it would be like a big thing. Like if people said like, oh, is that what fascism is? It gives me socialized healthcare. Oh, well, yeah, maybe this is not so bad. Yeah, I hear you. That's exactly what that would be, right? I'm just saying, yeah, it's fine to associate with socialism because it'll give you a lot of great things. But
I do think we should change our rhetoric. Well, I do want to say one thing to address all these points real quick, Connor, because I want you to rant.
I got to respond to him. So before you rant, you got to chill, Connor. Arab man's got to speak. Go ahead.
What? Hey, so is it the Arab man or is it the white man? Which one? And then we have another white man who needs to talk too.
I only claim white on paperwork, Habibi. It works only when it works in my favor.
No, I know. I'm saying. So is it the brown guy or is it the white guy? And then we have another white guy who needs to say stuff too.
Hey,
Prime. Order your whites and browns.
Yeah, we would. Hey, it's gonna be quick though. It's gonna be quick. So I hear you, Ali, when it comes down to your thing, which is why I agree that we should fix like the information perception gap and the messaging rhetoric overall in appealing to voters at the end of the day. One thing I will say to you at the end of the day when it comes down to conversation regarding policy rhetoric is even if we have an El Sayed advocating for these ambitious policies, the biggest problem is if he's elected in the Senate, we don't do any Senate reform. The Senate is still going to be the normal numbers. He can advocate for it as much as he fucking wants. That shit still won't get passed. And that's just the reality of the situation.
Yeah, and when
unless you want to break the Constitution.
Different conversation. We go different conversation.
And when it doesn't get passed, go ahead.
At the end of the day, if someone advocates for something so ambitious and it doesn't get done, people are going to be more upset at that point. That what about all these promises you failed, right? So I think that's another part of the conversation. But I just wanted to say that real quick.
Well, hopefully we get to figure out why they failed, right? And if it happens to be that the center left was voting against it, well, I mean, then that doesn't work, right? So there's an issue. Go ahead, Connor.
So we'll let in Connor. From that, we'll let the handsome stranger Jeb Tan. I'm very interested into what he has to say. But yeah,
all right, let's go. I'll try to keep it brief.
You don't know Jeb Tan, Prime?
I remember Jeb Tan.
Oh yeah, we go back.
He's cool.
Oh.
Yeah, dude, Jeb Tan used to be like old school Prime panel participant. So what I was going to say is I think the liberals are fighting a losing war and they need to do it. They need to fight that war with ideas. So for instance, if a democratic socialist comes back and they say, oh, well, we want to make public transport better or whatever, you can't just say, oh, they're a socialist, therefore we can't improve public transport. You're going to have to talk about how you would do it better, the modifications or whatever, right? And the reason why is because if 30% of the Democratic Party already identifies as democratic socialists, let's be real, 90% of them are probably Scandinavian social democrats. They see European welfare states and they want robust taxation to give them a robust safety net. That way they feel like they're bought into their society and they're not just slaves to make other people shitloads of cash. They want a dignified life. So you have to address that anxiety or else you're fucked. Now, what I would say too, though, is that I'm not really thinking about it pragmatically. I do hate Hassan Piker. I do want these people to be vociferously criticized, particularly when they simp for foreign regimes. But at the same time, I don't see him picking up an AK-47 and storming the Capitol anytime soon. And even if he convinced half a dozen of his dumbass fucking followers to do it, they would get smoked instantaneously. Killing communists is like a very old American tradition. What I think is more likely to happen is that the Democratic Socialist wing of the Democratic Party is going to become like the Labor Party in the United Kingdom, where they're going to be further left than the Liberals, but they're going to have to share power with the Liberals in order to gain electoral relevance. So I think that this like panic attack, while I agree with the people who want to vociferously criticize leftists, because I myself vociferously criticize leftists, I think the panic attack that the liberals are having is exaggerated.
I agree. Oh yeah, jump in.
Yeah, so I mean, for the core prompt, I guess I would say no. I hate socialism. I think socialism is very bad. It's like the antithesis of my ideology because I'm kind of libertarian. With that said, though, I fall on a weird side when I'm watching this liberal socialist civil war of feeling a ton of empathy for the socialists because I've been hearing the same thing that I hear repeated all over the internet, that socialists are the left's MAGA, which is so far from the truth. The socialists have been there forever. They have served as the core of a lot of liberal sort of co-opted political objectives. A lot of their most popular political objectives, they straight up robbed from socialists and social democrats. They're the libertarians of the left. They are the very extreme sort of logical conclusion of the direction of each party, right? So the Republicans claim to seek small government. They don't really have a defined endpoint. They're pretty arbitrary and selective as to how and where they apply it. But the logical endpoint would be a libertarian. If you were to just keep directionally going the way the Republicans claim they want to go, you'd end up in a libertarian era where you have way decentralized, super small, unobtrusive government. The liberals and the left have a similar relationship where the Democrats, every solution they've given for the past at least 2 decades to every problem has been more government intervention, more government control, and they've been modeling it after more socialized states and socialist policies. They want single-payer health care, although the Democrats want like the worst form of single-payer health care, which is Medicare for all, but I digress. Obama himself, the moderate, the everyman president of the Democrats, literally said that his big healthcare bill was a stepping stone to a socialized healthcare system. So I think it's kind of gross the way the liberals talk about socialists because they have rebranded socialist policies and sold them under their label. They've white labeled the socialist policies, gotten a ton of success off of that, and then when their answer for every individual problem is more government intervention and genuine socialists start being cultivated in that party that are like, maybe the answer is the most government intervention. Maybe that's the answer to everything. They're like, where the fuck did you get that idea? And it's like, we got it from you. Like everything you've said is said, put the government in charge, it'll get better. So putting aside my bias against the socialist politics, this idea that in rhetoric or in character, the socialists on the left are MAGA, I totally disagree. I think they're a lot closer to the libertarians where, yeah, they're still wackos in a different way, but they're the wackos you need because they're the ones who are going to hit the gas pedal on the direction your party claims to want to go anyway.
But Jeb Tan, so I'll jump on this and then Connor or anyone else can jump in, doesn't matter who. But like, this dovetails with my response to what Connor had said, right? Like he says, well, yeah, liberals have to have, and I mean, he's completely correct. Liberals have to have a response to the socialists, right? Like, okay, we'll put forth your policies and we'll stack them against each other.
Yeah, they have bespoke policy. Yeah, that's the issue. They don't have bespoke policies. They have sort of vague directionality paired with this general idea that they have limitations. Like, we'll stop when it starts getting wild. But then the definition of when it starts getting wild just changes every year. In 2016, The entire Democrat Party was like defending Bernie, saying that like Sweden was socialist and they're the best. And they're like, Sweden is socialist. They are the best, until Sweden had to correct them that they're not socialist, that they're very market driven and all this stuff. And now they're all saying woke one was crazy. Like that wasn't us. Like,
yeah.
But
well, I mean, that's AOC and I like the Democrat. What do you know?
I think that we're blaming people for the wrong. I think we're okay.
Very quickly, I just want to get that response out, then I jump to you, right? So yeah, liberals don't have any ideas, right? Like, so I agree with what our friend Jeb Tan said before, and that many of the biggest, most popular policies, they were on the far left, and they were criticized, and they were marginalized, and all that stuff until eventually they filtered their way slowly into the quote unquote mainstream left, right? Yeah. And usually during a time of crisis. Right. Usually at that point, that's when I bring in. Until then, status quo until for as long as we can, for as long as possible, keep things static. So I agree. Like, and if my liberal friends like disagree with that, well, I would love to hear what their policies are. Okay, good. Yeah, we'll hear from you in a second, Bam. But and I also I disagree with that liberals even have any ideas, right? I guess to counter. But I would also say that I do agree that like the Democratic Party, if trends continue, the best we could hope for, right, us being leftists, is, as Connor said, to share power within this, right? Like, I think if there is this is the beginning of a wellspring, right, of socialists coming in, we will have exits, right? Because, well, what do you know? It seems like I've always said, like my worldview has always stated, Democrats and Republicans have a lot in common. Corporate Democrats and Republicans have a lot of fucking common, right? And so a lot of them will exit. They'll easily find a home in the Republican Party. It'll be simple for them, right? They'll feel very familiar, and they'll just, I'm a sane Republican, is what I am, right? Mm-hmm. I'm maybe an old school Republican, is what I am. They'll come up with all kinds of excuses as they leave, but they'll leave. As many of them are saying, at least on the talking heads, any which way, are threatening to do right now. That'll happen.
Like Bill Maher and people like that. And to help frame
like John Fetterman,
very last thing. Yeah, but I agree. Like it'll have to be some sort of power sharing arrangement. But like these like neoliberal Democrats, like they are like diametrically opposed to socialism. Right? Like they are diametrically opposed to the left, to the progressives, and so like they can't coexist with us. It's just not going to happen.
Kind of. My issue is, and I know I want to say this because it'll help, I think, him come up with policies that'll really answer our curiosity. Is
the Republican is going to give you policies? Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, no, it's not that. It's I'm curious where liberals have policies that are directionally different than socialists, right? Because I know a lot of liberals is like, we're like the socialists, but that's what I'm about to explain. So like, we're like the socialists, but we just don't want to go as far, right? Like socialized healthcare, but they want to do Medicare for all, so it's not all the way, etc. Republicans have issues where they're actually directionally opposed to libertarians, right? So like there's a distinction. Republicans are very hard on immigration. They actually want to limit legal immigration. Libertarians on both sides of the immigration argument want increased legal immigration, but they have disagreements as to whether there should be borders, and then the ones that do think there should be borders think those should be secure. But libertarians are generally very pro-immigration. Republicans tend to be directionally anti-immigration. Like, where are those issues for the Democrats, where even in direction they are off with the socialists? Like, they want to go this way where the socialists want to go this way.
Good idea. Go ahead.
The difference. Okay, so I'm going to answer your question, but not in the way that you think.
Sure.
The issue that the Democrats have been to since 2016 and since post 2016, since a post Trump world, is that whenever we're running these elections, something that we'll probably recognize with hopefully Republicans for the next decade is if maybe you can call it a positive or you could maybe call it a negative aspect of being a part of a party. But if you are a party if you don't have it, if you don't have a representative, like a leadership, it's hard to put out positions as far as a direction. Now, again, this leads us back to a couple of politicians. Like, I think that Barack Obama gave the Democratic Party from 2008 through his presidency, he gave a focus, and he gave to, these are the things that we're advocating for. These are our big messages, and we're driving towards doing them. And he got things accomplished through that. You could argue one of the issues of Biden's being elected president is Biden was elected president more so based on his personal popularity rather than his individual policy prescriptions on anything. Like we were going into his primary, we were going to the primary. Bernie was having this season. They had everyone that was kind of in the primary, but it just didn't feel, none of them feel like they were like, these people aren't really popular enough to win across the American board. So it was like, who's someone who's not president who has really high popularity among people? At the time was Joe Biden. People like, especially I'm gonna make it particular, especially black people love Joe Biden. It was like, Joe Biden, he's Obama's best friend. Like, I'm riding with Biden, whatever. It came out quick. So whenever I think Biden got a lot of fantastic, amazing things done, especially coming out of a pandemic, but I don't think he had necessarily gave strong direction to the party. I think he was just like trying to get America back on track, coming out of a pandemic, coming out of Trump 1, and that was what he did. And I think he did an excellent job at it. When Democrats coming into this next cycle, in a 2028 world, you're going to have the primaries. You're going to have whoever's coming out of it, like I said, probably a Gavin Newsom, most likely, maybe a John Ossoff type. But whoever does come out of that, they are going to give the policy a direct. They are going to give the party a direction, and there are going to be ideas and messages and backing and policy prescriptions that the party will then lock into and follow through on step. But I think we've just been. We came to be adults at such a weird time that it feels like, the Democrats never do nothing, never do anything. But like the Republicans it's impossible for every individual senator to list a platform of like, this is the thing I want, because they understand being part of a party. Whenever you do have leadership, you might end up having to change your mind on that. Like to get something done.
I think
that's a bullshit excuse. No, I think, Hunt, I look, sorry. I don't want to fight with you, right? Not now. I'm gonna fight with you later. But right, but like I actually do want to push you a little bit. Now, and throwing Radell as well, right? And I'm not trying to do a gotcha, like, you don't have anything right this second, and so like your entire political project sucks, right? But like I do actually like want to like try to push you guys to come up. What is a policy, right, that is unique to your style of liberalism, right? That, as our friend Jeb Tan said, and I think he did a really good job explaining this, right? Is directionally different, right? There isn't just like a socialist policy, but like that takes a fewer steps, Like if you can show me that, I'd honestly be very interested. And maybe take your time. Maybe you have to look something up, right? And that's fine, right? I'm not trying to do a gotcha here. But like, if you have something, I'd really be interested to hear
a socialist policy that takes fewer steps.
That question.
So are you saying? Are you saying like a Republican policy, like a more conservative? Like I don't understand what you mean.
No, a liberal policy. So do you think the socialists, and we're having good faith conversation, do you think socialists would like get rid of all the guns?
Yeah.
No,
I don't think liberals would.
No, actually.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Directionally, though, liberals want to get rid of.
At this point, we're just going to make that claim for everything liberals advocate for, and it doesn't really make sense to me because if there's a very clear line that regulation is important, but they believe in the right to own a gun, that's not directionally the same as socialists want to get rid of all the guns.
The Democrats aren't unified behind the right to own a gun, for one, but
but now we're changing our argumentation. Is it directionally or is like unification based off like everybody's agreement?
No, but direction, there is no directional difference between them and socialists there. When I say directionally, what you're explaining is exactly what I was talking about, where the liberal platform is what the socialists want, but less of it. So socialists want ultimate gun control. We want like 25 to 30%. Some of us want.
That's an easy way to phrase it. Another way to phrase it.
You could argue markets. Like
socialists
I think
want
no
guns,
want
liberals want guns, but with regulations, and the Republicans want guns with no regulations.
I don't even know if that's true, by the way. I think a lot of I think a lot of leftists are more pro-gun than liberals.
100%.
But I would say definitely like economically. So the reason why we even have this like right-left distinction, if you don't indulge me ranting real quick, is that like during the French Revolution, the monarchists and the institutionalists were on the right side of the parliament, and the people who were pro-people Jacobin revolutionaries and they wanted more power in the people were on the left side of the parliament. So typically, when we're using right-wing and left-wing as terms, we're talking about institutionalists and we're talking about people that are pro-people. It's even rooted in the word democracy, demos meaning people. So the Democrats are supposed to be advocates for the people, but what Prime has pointed out is that a lot of liberals are institutionalists who want to marginally improve the lives of the working class people, but they don't want to do it too extreme. And I think what Jeb is pointing out, that if you actually look at the prescriptions, it does seem like the liberals just have more moderate prescriptions of left-wing economic policy. So if you're talking about improving, public transit as an example, what a liberal might do, because they're probably more capitalistic, is they would appeal to like an abundance agenda. Like, let's not make buses better or cheaper for the working class person. Let's build high-speed rail so we're more like Japan. So, and then also same thing with the healthcare thing. A liberal would say, let's do a multi-payer German public option system versus Medicare for all, which is more like the United Kingdom's National Health Service, which is a more extreme medical care system compared to even to the rest of Europe. The system is more extreme than the rest of Europe. So I understand exactly what Jeb Tan's saying, and I agree with it.
Well, and I want to clarify.
I understand too, but at the same time,
I think the leftists advocate don't care about individual freedoms as much. They're saying that like public good.
Sorry,
like
say that again.
I think the leftists. Yeah, I think you like it's just I think the leftists who are in favor of individual freedoms just aren't leftists enough. Like the idea of like the concept of like I think that like the concept of like even the DSA making a thing like abolish the Senate or like land can't vote, things like that. I think the Democrats aren't diametrically opposed to the concept of the rule of voter. I don't think that being a Democrat is something that hates it. Like, oh, there's smaller states that deserve representation and things like that.
There's
I don't think leftists care about those things.
The Democrats seem to like want to push that direction. But to clarify the directionality thing, because bottom right, I'm sorry, I don't know everybody's name because I came here late. Radell. Okay. You said it's all directionally the same because it's all referring to guns. When I say directionally, I mean take where current U.S. law in practice is on a given subject and use that as your center point. Which direction do you want to pull it, right? So if gun laws in the United States right now are very little in the way of federal control outside of like, your class 3 licenses and stuff like that, background checks for gun purchases, and then states having like pretty wide discretion to be pretty militant in their gun control. Democrats want that militant gun control federalized, so they want to pull it toward the gun control end of things. Republicans want to pull it toward the less regulated end of things. Socialists want to pull it way onto the side, I would say, of the regulated end of things. And libertarians want to pull it way on the side of unregulated. Obviously, there's a little bit of horseshoeing with the socialists because some of them are like anarcho-commies or whatever. I don't think those are actually complementary ideals.
I understand what you're trying to say. I don't think the gun topic is like the best example. I agree with John.
Healthcare probably be better.
The paradigm you're trying to draw here. Healthcare, probably be better. Yeah. But like for as our friend Connor said, there are plenty of socialists and not like tankies. I understand what you're going at, but like the socialists who are like very pro-gun, pro-individual because because capitalists have crushed them in the past, right? And they're like, hey, we need to be able to defend ourselves at a moment's notice. And I like this guy right here. I represent like the absolute split in this, right? Because I have vacillated on this subject many times, right? Sometimes I've been like, ban them all, right? Other times, right? I've heard, like the best argument that appeals to me is that, Black people absolutely need to be armed, right? We have to be armed to protect ourselves from white violence because that happens all the time, right? And so like that appeals to me. Okay, that makes sense, right? And so like sometimes like
he wasn't talking about you, Connor.
Well, no. There's, but I just wanted to point out, and I want to back up Prime real quick though. There are tankies who want private arms so they can overthrow the government, but there are also leftists who quote Mao Zedong and quote Marx, because they both have, although Mao Zedong never actually instituted this, they both have quotes effectively defending the private use of arms so that people can't be abused by a government. So, like, weirdly enough, like Marx has this quote where it's like, any attempts by the government to eliminate arms from the people must be refused, and it borderline sounds like a preamble to the Second Amendment of the United States of America.
You know, that's
now do they do it?
Actually,
No, but you know, is that spirit in there? And do I think that there are leftists who sincerely believe in private arms ownership? And I do think that there are leftists who sincerely believe
sure.
in private arms ownership.
I have to just the answer that you said related to this question for being immigration. I think that it's actually the same on both sides. If I think about it, because I think immigration is based more on populism than a left right spectrum. Like
I think Democrats and socialists both want more immigration, though.
No, I don't think that. I think leftists would be more protectionist generally. They would say that like their leftists have to be invested in their own people.
It really depends.
Bernie
I don't think that at all.
No, it depends. It depends. The terms are pretty nebulous at the end of the day.
If you ask like, and when I say leftist, I'm just talking about the majority. If you ask like a Bernie like leftist, they're gonna say that like, oh yeah, if we're not letting people in because we like you can get them behind the argument of like, we can't let people in because we have to do things to advocate and help the people here. Like,
so I can make the other argument very easily.
But I can make the other argument for Republicans as well. Republicans
I hear you. That's why I'm saying, but like immigration wouldn't be the best example then, unless that's your point as well. Because
no, I'm saying that because that was his thing where he's like, oh, Republicans diametrically opposed on immigration. And I'm like, not really. Populists, MAGA populists are opposed on immigration, but Republicans enjoy free labor. They enjoy bringing in people to work the farms and like
True.
Republicans.
I have a pro-immigration stance from a leftist perspective, but like let's get Radell in first.
Yeah, so I feel like a lot of these terms are pretty nebulous, which I think most of us kind of agree. They're very contextual. It depends on how you're perceiving it. It depends on how we're getting to the semantic, legal definition or the colloquial one. I mean, of course. I mean, if we're referring to like far leftists, and we kind of go to the core element, is that they want this kind of utopian society. In this utopian society, you would get rid of all the guns at the end of the day. But this argument doesn't really. Well,
you wouldn't need guns.
Exactly. So. This argument inherently doesn't mean much to me because there are core functions on what libs would do versus obviously like more far leftists would do based on how they perceive things of improving people's lives. Of course, you brought in like the institutionalist aspect, but the reason why they care about the institutions is because they believe the institutions is what is necessary to improve people's lives. And they don't want to derate it. They don't want to derode it to the point where if the institutions break, they can't improve people's lives at that point. That's like the core belief. So yes, everybody's kind of moving towards, improving people's life at the very least for the left. And you could even argue for the right, but their perspective is a little bit different on how you would achieve it. They're probably a little bit more individualistic in how they think about these things. But on the people on the left is like, you would need institutions. The left is like, hey man, even if you have to break it, we'll figure this shit out. We can create it in a way to help everybody. Libs are like, the institution exists for the reason. They've been working for a very long time. We need it. We want to improve things, but if we do it too much, like Bam said earlier, this is an argumentation point. You could, destroy the institutions themselves. You can be going against the Constitution itself. That's why I think, like, at the end of these days, this doesn't really mean much to me because I've heard a lot of policies from center left. There's like, really good idea. We'll see if it gets implemented. But I could see a more radical version on the far left. I don't care if that's the case, as long as we're advocating for policies that improve people's lives. But the implementation is going to be the core difference maker. So trying to say that they have no like ideas that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah,
they don't have ideas. Hold on. Sorry. What are the ideas that liberals.
What's a liberal idea that isn't socialist?
That isn't.
But then you're going to argue every liberal idea is socialist because you could radicalize.
I mean, kind of because the idea is that you're going towards the left. It's just you want to do it incrementally versus socialists want to do it quickly.
Well, democracy,
so that's really the only difference.
Freedoms.
The only difference is you want to go slowly.
No,
right?
But the
because
argument
they want to retain the
individual freedom argument. It's nonsense, right? Like individual freedom is different from acquiring wealth freedom. There's a term for this. I'm sorry, I'm dropping here, but
I'm not talking about wealth. I'm talking about even in things that people want. Like you advocate for good things. If you don't have the votes, you say that then change the rules. Like you've said this on multiple occasions.
I think we should stop saying want and start saying need, because that's the reason why the socialists are kind of accelerationists, right? Because they feel like they can't afford rent, they can't afford healthcare, they're dying off, they can't afford education, so they're not able to get good work, so they're not able to increase their. So it's like you keep saying the things people want when they're saying people need, and that's why when it's a liberal policy, it's incremental, but they can't take incremental. They don't have time to wait for these policies that you want to incrementally get to.
Bam. I don't understand what you mean by first you say, hey, there are individualists, like liberals are more individualists, right? And then when I asked you to clarify that, or when you try to clarify that, you go with, leftists want to upturn institutions. Like this one doesn't follow the other. So
I'm saying that we have it matters. It matters what the small town little guy feels, how they feel about things. That actually matters. So leftist politics is my policy will make them feel better. I don't care if they want it or not.
Yeah, it's collectivist, and I get it. My thing, and this is where I empathize with you guys, because politically,
wait a minute. What did you just say about? I don't remember I can't remember if it was about the minimum wage or something. They tried to slip it into some bill, and you went with some sneaky way about fire this person that's over the position and replace them.
No. Okay, I understand. So you're talking about the Senate, a parliamentarian. And So this happened.
You don't care about actually getting enough votes to pass something. You just
hold on. No. Right? I understand what you're trying to say. This is not an example of that. Not at all. Right? Again, what we're talking about is an institution with rules, right? And rules that literally can be changed. That'll change all the time, right? Usually slow down any sort of progress. But it's just an institution of rules. And a parliamentarian is not even in the Constitution, right? That's just a rule that was implemented, and a rule that can be and has been ignored, right? And so the only point that I made there is that, both Democrats and Republicans have ignored this some parliamentarian in the past. We can just do so now. That is different from saying, hey, there is no work that needs to be done for a guy in Kansas, right? Who has different opinion, who's closer to our friend Connor here, right? We don't need to argue with them because we know better. Those are two completely different topics.
But the way you advocate, if you want to abolish the Senate, you're saying that the Senate's giving Kansas got too much power. And we need to remove, we need to limit his power, because again, states can't vote, land can't vote. I don't care about him.
No. I'm trying to give those individuals. I'm trying to give more individuals more power. I guess is the
not those. Not those though.
Hold on. No, stop. This is like Weasley. What is happening here? This is a completely different thing. Okay, I have a problem with how the institutions are set up, right? The rules of the road, because the rules, the Senate was specifically by the founders, not Fred Connor, right? Could probably go into much better detail than I can, right? Specifically set up to be undemocratic, right? To slow down, the cool. I think there's a term for this, and Connor probably will know it, right? It's some the one of the founders said it. To cool the passions of a house or something like that. This is what the Senate was made for. It started off as an institution that you couldn't even vote for, right? Only like the insiders, the governmental insiders, could actually put people forward, right? It was the party bosses, even though parties weren't necessarily supposed to be in the Constitution, but whatever, right? Party bosses were the ones who put forth those individuals. And then we, through an amendment, we made it more democratic, right? But the institution itself is set up in a way that is less democratic and has slowed down.
I get what you're saying, Prime. You're saying for every person whose power gets diluted by abolishing the Senate, you're also enhancing the power of people who live in the places where the most people live, because their power has been inherently diluted by the existence of the Senate. And so you think one person, one vote should sort of be the principle all across, which is where you and the founders disagree. And I agree with you as to why the Senate was built, and 100%, like, that is what it was. They did not want one-to-one voting. I think the American experiment is one of not one-to-one voting. It's meant to continue the integrity of 50 states of equal power to one another to govern themselves, et cetera, and so on. And if Kansas can't compete with in the House alone with New York, then it does not have the same ability to govern itself as New York does, because New York can get federal policy, which supersedes Kansas's state policy, and impede on their ability. But that's, I think, what the liberals are saying. They're a little bit more interested in protecting. The issue is there are mainstream Democrats.
That's not individual freedoms, to be clear, right?
Yeah, 100%. You're right. Yes. Yeah. They're talking about protecting the Republican structure of the United States. And this is the problem I have with the liberals, is they say, like, well, the reason why we differ so much with socialists is their collectivism and our desire to push for individual rights. But the issue is, when it comes time to protect individual rights, when it comes to right to keep your money, right to use it as you please, right to get healthcare the way that you want to, right to get the guns that you want to, well, no, we side with the socialists on that. And I understand why.
I think we just say we create a system people can opt into. I think that's also like an individual thing. Like Republicans and libertarians, probably not principally, but Republicans are principally against the option existing because they're like, "Ooh, people will use it if we give them that."
No, libertarians too, because fundamentally, if you have a government-sponsored option that everybody has to pay into, that option is inherently discounted by law, and there is no fair market competition. There is no opt-out. Like, if I can opt into Medicare if I could opt out of paying into Medicare for all, then it would be opt-out. But nobody is recommending a system like that. They're recommending a public option that everybody has to pay a little bit of money for, that gets to compete with the private option that gets $0 if nobody uses it. The public option gets all the money in the world if nobody uses it. The private options have to subsist on what's left over. And so there is no actual competition there.
No, public option could be, sorry, I don't have to go on the difference here. We can move past that. Sorry, go ahead. Connor, what was it?
Yeah, all I was going to say is that, like, with the public option, at least the way that I've heard it articulated in the past, is that there are essential services that every human needs. We need, like, annual checkups in order to make sure that our blood isn't turning to sludge. We need basically to check whether or not we have cancer biomarkers. Once we finally get cancer, we might need some chemotherapy and all that kind of shit. But not everyone needs, like, every expensive treatment every single year, right? So the public option wouldn't be like a full service, any crazy disease you have, we're going to treat it to the maximum degree possible. It would actually just be the bare minimum that humans need in order to survive. And then the reason why supplementary private insurance would still exist is because a substantial amount of people would still want more. They would want more screenings. They would want better than emergency care. They would want more than just the public option lag time, because a lot of basically there's this quote that I really, really like. Cheap, fast, and good. Pick two.
Yeah.
Right. So that's where it would be cheap, and maybe it would be okay, but it probably wouldn't be fast.
But and the issue is it's not an option, because for all of the services it does cover, there is no hope for competition. There just isn't, other than for like the elite of the elite who have a ton of money. The way it works in Canada, where like you can get private insurance, but like 90% of people can't afford it because it's insanely expensive. Because it's the same thing we've learned through all of the welfare projects in the United States, is when the government pays for the lowest income individuals, who does the private market no longer have any incentive to price for? Those people. Why would I sell let's just say, why would I sell a candy bar for $1 if the government says we will give $1.50 to every person who can't afford a candy bar? Well, now the floor for that price is $1.50 because I don't give a fuck who's paying for it. I want as much money as I can get from the lowest common denominator customer. And if the government will give them $1.50 if they can't afford $1, I'm never pricing that shit for $1.
It's probably like you can probably point to
at
some
this
flaws
point.
in
This
it,
is,
but I think it would just be I think it's just a better system than like people like breaking their hip one day, but and it sucks, but they don't want to go to the doctor because they don't want to deal with the bill that comes with it.
See, but this is the thing.
Like if people just like, oh, okay, I'm gonna do like if people just did yearly checkups and they knew like, oh, okay, it's not gonna cost me a lot of money, then like we can handle a lot of these like early things, recognize these things a lot earlier.
Yeah, somewhat, but most of that stuff most like early prevention stuff is actually pretty low cost now. People don't pursue it because of the perception that they can't afford it. There was that big study, right, that all the Democrats used in like 2019. Uninsured people are like 40% more likely to die than insured people. So many people paired to that. So many people still to this day believe it. Totally untrue. There was an even bigger observation of an even bigger group of people in the United States that looked at like 600,000 people and followed them for even longer than the original study that said once you actually control for like their race, their gender, their veteran status, their smoking, all that stuff, there is no meaningful difference in the United States between the insured and the uninsured in terms of how likely they are to die. There actually isn't this insane burden to getting healthcare in the United States that people think there is, but it's been perpetuated so deeply that people don't get regular checkups. And if you ask them how much a regular checkup costs, they have no fucking clue because they never
I went to a regular checkup. Well, I say just went. I went last year. My fiance is now making me do annual checkups as I get older. I don't want to do it. I have insurance, and I still end up having to pay like $400. And again, is that like, oh, I'll never, I won't be able to feed myself this year? No, but like. If it's $400, I would just rather.
I mean, I can give an anecdotal example too. I mean, I didn't have insurance at some point, and I was very unhealthy. Ate very salty foods. Kidneys started acting up. Went to the doctors. Honestly, I just needed to drink more water, and I would have been fine. They didn't do anything but do some fluids. That's it. They didn't do anything. $2,000+ check that I had to get right there for them doing nothing. So it's I mean, hey, that's my fault. I didn't have insurance. It's my fault at the end of the
No, it's not your fault.
It's not.
No. Your kidneys were acting up, so you went to the doctor. They fucked you over and robbed you because that's how they make money.
I hear you. But the reason why I brought that up as an example is that this is the concern. This is what people are going to bring up in argumentation regarding I don't want to go to the hospital because I can't pay for
they're afraid of what comes next.
The amount at the end of the day. And this is especially for low income people, the worry, the concern is that this is going to interfere with their life. And this kind of comes to a different kind of conversation on like what the current consumerism lifestyle that we have as well, but different conversation. Ultimately, it seems to me your issue is more of a philosophical one where you do believe in individual capacity and of course private markets. I believe in private markets too, but I would like regulate it. But the conversation that I would have as someone who's liberal is in regards to the regulations that are being putting into it.
That's a socialist idea, by the way, the thing you just mumbled. So they're going to take credit for that. The idea that healthcare is not a market good. That is 100%.
No, wait, no. I'm about to say, I'm pretty sure Adam Smith even brought up the concept of market failures. Like everything doesn't necessarily work on a market. There's like
the idea
for sure. But I do want to finish what I had to say. I do want to finish what I said. The point of me, the point I was making at the end of the day was that the idea is that individuals, we want them to express their liberty, their joy as much as possible. But there is a realization because of context, because of environmental conditions and factors, because of who you grew up around, all of these things, it will automatically immediately determine that your lifestyle is vastly different from person to person to person. So the reason why the systems exist in the first place is to ensure to mitigate that gap that will inherently exist as much as possible, so people have the opportunity to express their liberty and their own individual lifestyle as much as possible. Now, you can have an argument and you can have a concern, you can have issues on going too far, which is obviously going to be the socialism conversation. How much government should be involved in the first place versus libertarian, remove all government altogether. But this is not something that is like antagonistic to their core principle of ensuring that people have as much liberty as possible. That still holds true. That
It is a
principle
little bit-
still exists.
It is to a large degree, though, because Adam Smith, to clarify what he meant by market failures, was specifically in terms of like monopolies and cartels and things like that, right? The Democrat answer to what they saw as a market failure was to government mandate the exact structures that Adam Smith warned about. Government mandated a cartel for healthcare. They created a public marketplace you have to purchase healthcare through,
which was a Republican plan by the Heritage Foundation.
It was not. Hold on. So the idea that of a federal market for healthcare everyone had to use was not at all a Republican plan. This was a state program, which state.
Yeah, it was
totally
Romney
different.
Care. Yeah,
So
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah,
that's a huge. Hold on.
Like, come on.
The idea of a state providing something for people who live in that state who can easily move out of that state—that is a totally fundamentally different thing.
I get why you. That's a different.
Yeah,
and I'm saying sincerely, I understand why, as a libertarian,
and it's still bad, by the way. But
right. So I get why you feel that way. My only point is that it started from the kernel of a heritage plan, right? I'll say that much, right? Kernel of a heritage plan modeled after Romney Care, blowing up. But I understand there is a significant difference there that you're pointing out.
There's a few differences, and they ruin, and there are things that the people who wrote that bill would not have agreed with and didn't agree with, and they specifically said when they were making that bill, this would be horrible federally. It's a risk to do it even on the state level, but we just want to see if it'll work.
It's a pretty shitty plan, I guess.
And it's a stupid middle ground. But
it probably would have worked if the individual mandate would have passed. Like as weird as code we have. I mean, yes.
Well, the individual mandate was in place for over a decade. The individual mandate was a federal thing until Republicans took it away in like the late 2010s.
Sure? I'm almost certain that like people that weren't required
there was an individual mandate.
California and Massachusetts still also have state individual mandates, by the way, which is insane. But the thing I'm trying to say though is Democrats don't care about individual liberties in that different a way than socialists do, because I wouldn't say socialists don't give a fuck at all about individual liberties, and I wouldn't say the Democrats don't either. But the way you guys look at individual liberties is through, in my opinion, a lens manicured by socialist ideas of it is our job to dictate what it means to have the ability to exercise your individual liberties, whereas conservatives and libertarians especially, it's your job to dictate whether you can express.
So so I'm glad you took this direction, because I literally wrote collectivism versus individualism down here. I wanted to address this. Okay, I want to steer it back to what our friend Connor originally started talking about in the first place. I'm working on this in my mind right now. I'm working out this idea as I'm talking. I reserve the right to make adjustments in the future. And I won't die on this hill. But what I want to say is that I reject the idea of like some strict, collectivism versus individualism binary that gets put forward, right? And I think
I actually agree.
Yeah, I think it's a blend. Everybody's got a different percentage of each.
Yeah. I think you that's what you were trying to go for. That I don't reject individual freedoms. I want to give people the space to have their individual freedoms. But we live in a society, right? And I think you would agree, friend. Your individual liberties end where my nose begins or something like that, right? We understand that, and so I want to keep in mind, right, the dangers of the state, the dangers of corporations. I want to keep in track of the dangers of people who will use through pernicious tactics, take advantage of any system that they're involved in, and to make others suffer. And so that's what I would like to design for. I think on the other end, when we're talking about our Republican friends, that some of them, like you, Jeb Tan, I'm going to say that you deeply care about individualism in a very pure way, and I'm sure my friend Connor does as well, right? But I see from others on the conservative side of what they pretend to be individualism is something backed and enforced by the state. for like violence, for enforcement there. That like there's like not that big of a difference. It's just that, hey, this version benefits me in mine, right? Rather than me saying that like, well, if I'm going to use state violence, it's going to benefit me, mine, and everyone else.
Yeah,
so, my mind, of course.
And this is where I think you see the difference in the way that each party uses their extreme group, right? Though if we're accepting this idea that socialists aren't MAGA, they're actually more like the libertarians. They're sort of like the think tank bleeding edge group. The Republicans understand that there are directional differences, but that if they're going to continue to state the same overarching goal as the libertarians, they can't treat them that bad. They got to have a couple of them in Congress. And if a libertarian wins an election, they will encourage them to run as a Republican instead of trying to shove them out, all this stuff. And you see that in like these more recent analyses of which party has sort of a bigger ideological spread. And a lot of people attribute the Republicans having a way bigger one to Trump, and they're partially right. A lot of it is as well the longstanding tolerance of us more libertarian people in the Republican Party. The Democrats had that same relationship with the socialists up until actual socialists started winning elections, and their vote blue no matter who started to apply the other way. And then all of a sudden it was, we can't tolerate you anymore. And you guys are crazy, and we're not socialist, and we're nothing like you. And then it's like, if the Democrats would just say, listen, guys, this has been the deal the whole time. You knew we weren't willing to go all the way. We're going to put candidates up that want to go 70% of the way, like we've said. But if you guys win, we rally behind. We love you. We're going to support you. We're not going to treat you guys like Frankenstein. They ditched that completely the moment that it became a reality. Whereas when Rand Paul wins an election, what do Republicans do? Nothing. It's like nobody even realizes that Rand Paul's a libertarian until they hear him talk, because to every Republican, he's just another Republican. And
can I say this is a beautiful moment for Prime and Ali and their ilk, because I feel like you finally get to go like, because bear in mind, I truly do side with the anti-leftists. I do, like I would literally far left, moderate right, I'm voting moderate right every single time. Okay. Far right, moderate left. The difference between me and a lot of other right-wing people is I will vote moderate left. Between two moderates, I'll do a harm calculation. And then between two extremes, far right and far left, I'll just like kill myself at the airport. But what I think is so funny is that you guys finally have your moment where you get to go back to like 2024 and you get to say, y'all were bullshitting when you said vote blue no matter who. You just wanted us to shut the fuck up about Gaza. You just wanted us to shut the fuck up about Palestine. You wanted our votes, but you never wanted to implement any of our vision. And now that the shoe is on the other foot and we got a few crazy kooky DSA candidates, which by the way, I do think they are crazy and kooky. I put it in air quotes for your edification, not for mine. But now you get to say, now y'all are walking this shit back. I do think you need to pick your targets, though, because Josiah from Pondering Politics is still saying vote blue no matter who, particularly through the midterms. Pisco is still saying vote blue no matter who, particularly through the midterms. Yeah. And realistically, in the alternative media commentary scene, it is at this point, I think it's just Destiny and Hutch.
But Pisco, and
even Hutch said he would vote for.
But now there's a war between them.
He just
wouldn't.
I know. Isn't that funny for you? Isn't that great content for you to cover?
It's hilarious because now it's like, I think Pisco realized what we were all trying to say to him, which was earn the vote, because now he's pandering a little bit. Now he freely calls Palestine a genocide, and he freely does this whole thing, right? And I can see a little bit through it, right? I can see the face he's putting on because of what's going on, because you realize where he was losing.
But do you see him? See, here's the thing. This is where I don't think Pisco is actually a bad faith vote blue no matter who person, which is why I'm telling you to target it appropriately, because he is taking knives in the back right now. For still trying to be conciliatory to leftists. And by the way, if Destiny and Hutch, I know I'm making it about personalities instead of about the topic or whatever, but if they had done this, I think the midterm election is November 3rd in Florida. If they had done this on November 4th or November 5th, it would have made sense to me. But they're doing it 60 days before the midterm, which kind of tells me that they're like, they can feel like a lack of control that's making them
Yeah.
anxious, and they want to yank back on the stick because they can feel the lack of control. It's like when kids on the playground are like sharing a toy, and the kid promises to share the toy at a later time, but then another kid walks up to grab the toy and he freaks the fuck out and grabs the toy and runs away. That's kind of what it feels like in reference to election.
I think it's just PTSD.
Hold on. Wait. I'm be honest. This is why I don't like talking about people that are not here. It's not my type of thing. But ultimately, when it comes out to this conversation, it was very clearly a circumstance where they believed, because of, again, the Hassan Piker factor and the fact that Mom Dami endorsed who they endorsed, the conversation of DSA just grew naturally in terms of the media attention. Now, I disagree with the notion that you shouldn't support the candidate, whether it was Syed, whether it's Hong. I'm pretty consistent because I think MAGA is the current threat. But from what I've heard consistently when it comes down to it, is under the kind of vacuum scenario of the realistic threat of communism growing is when they will make the center-right calculus. And I've also heard Hutch say multiple times that even though he has removed himself from utilizing the quote, vote blue no matter who, which I've never liked. I want to be very clear. I've never liked that quote. He said that he will always still advocate for that candidate at the end of the day because he recognized that MAGA is the current threat. So the calculation at this point, I don't think is that different. And just like you said, there's a lot of political figures on the left that is still advocating for vote blue no matter who. And then the politicians, Hong advocated for her campaign candidate. Stevens advocated for her campaign candidate. They're still all on the same page. They're like locked in. Hey, let's push things in the right direction and beat MAGA. So ultimately, I mean, the only ones I'm like, yeah, there's a few, sure, but I don't think the calculation.
Yeah,
I think the issue is that we're under the impression. Again, I think it's like a little bit of PTSD from what the party has looked like. Of like, oh, okay, if you have critiques of these people's politics, you get shut down by like the socialists, whatever the socialist version of the media ecosystem is. It's like, oh, you're supposed to back the candidate. Like we don't do these things right now. Do you actually want to beat Donald Trump? Like I thought this is what you said you wanted. But like that is whenever they get power, that they're worried. They're like, oh, okay, these people aren't actually going to be Democrats. They're Democrats until they get elected, and then they're going to completely differentiate themselves, and they're going to say every actual Democrat is a genocider. Again, is this actually going to happen with the candidates that were nominated? I don't think so. But
has it happened yet before with the other ones that won their election?
Well, yeah, I think that
who's become like a crazy communist after being elected?
Rashid Tlaib's insane. Rashid Tlaib's
she's insane.
Yeah, she's actually insane.
Okay. What makes her insane? What makes her a communist or like this crazy person?
Communist, she's as bad to the Democratic Party as any Republican.
Why? Like why? You said the same thing twice.
No, I'm saying
you said the same thing 3 times.
She speaks negatively about the party. I'm saying that she's
4 times. That's it. Just so because she's critical of the party. Does she vote with the party?
That's really the only thing I'm talking about.
Does she vote with the party?
Sometimes
we don't know yet. I think she's still coming into office.
No, I was talking about Rashida Tlaib. Bama's talking about Rashida
Tlaib's already in office. She's been in office.
Yeah, no, and she votes with the party, right? I don't know if she. So someone has to be wait. So like someone being crazy is being critical of the Democratic Party while they're in office. That's why you're worried that if you vote a leftist in that they might not side with the Democrat because Rashida Tlaib is critical of Democrats.
She says some wild shit. I will say
my institutionalism.
I don't know what she said. Really, I don't pay attention.
I'm saying that she's not on the team.
Let me look at
it. That's what I'm saying.
94% is her voting record.
Yeah, so she can talk shit all she wants, right?
Right, but she's gonna talk shit.
This woman, yeah.
Hold up, you can still be mad and annoyed with extremists within the party, even if they vote with the party.
Wait, but if she keeps
hold on, I want to be Islamophobic. I want to be Islamophobic. Let me be Islamophobic, okay?
Jesus, Islamophobic. Go ahead.
Let me be Islamophobic real quick. All right.
I'll let the white boy pop off. Go.
Right. So I, to be honest, this is how Islamophobic I am. I forget which one's which. There's Rashida Tlaib, and then there's is she Somali or is the other one Somali?
No, Ilhan Omar's the one with the scarf. Rashida Tlaib doesn't wear the scarf.
No, that's bad. They look
Ihan-
completely different. You got a lot.
Yeah. So Ihan,
It's racist
well, I know
and Islamophobic. Multiple.
I know
Ilhan-
they look different, but I told you to let me be Islamophobic.
He
So
doesn't
anyways,
see color.
the point is that like when they come out and for instance, Ilhan Omar says, oh, basically like I'm a Somali nationalist. I can't wait for this ethno-religious tribe in Somalia in order to gain political power. That way we can retake our homeland or whatever. That's not something like an American congressperson should be saying. She's fucking American. She should be prioritizing America.
Are there
and then
any
same thing with
pro-Israeli
Rashida Tlaib.
Jewish
She's hanging out with Hassan Piker, and
congressman
I
that you want
fucking
him?
Hassan
Reddy Fine?
Piker. I fucking Hassan Piker, the dude who
Yeah.
was like, oh yeah, Hezbollah has my favorite flag.
Okay, so when Randy
And,
Fine geeks
also
over
Hamas is a
geeks
more
over
moral
Israel, we're
actor.
not. We're okay.
Hassan is fucking Hamas is a more moral actor than the IDF. So the whole point about it is, it's like I can view those people. I can still say, oh yeah, they vote 94% of the time with the Democratic Party or whatever. I can still view them as total fucking freaks.
Yeah, but people are going to have.
Well, no,
I just think
they want the
downfall. That's just part of it. And if they keep getting voted in, and if their vote benefits you, right? I don't think it behooves you to sit here and be like, well, they're crazy and they're not beneficial to the party and so on and so forth, because they seem to help the party because you got their vote. But they're going to be critical because sometimes the Democrats are wrong.
Another Democrat would vote the same way without all the fucking.
I know, but
crazy.
Rashida keeps getting voted. Do you vote in Ilhan Omar? Is that a thing? Is that someone who gets voted in by her people, or how does that work? Why is she?
No. I'm sure she's representative of her district, and I'm sure that she's popular within her
then
district.
what do you want?
So for instance, like I would have to take a look at the districts that Ilhan Omar and fucking Rashida Tlaib represent, but then I would say that if they're comfortable saying this shit, and this shit is representative of their constituency, then why wouldn't I be like, oh, fuck their constituency too? Like why would I want more motherfuckers
you'd have to
like
say
that?
You'd have to say that about every group who's nationalistic about their area, right? Which would include Jews, which would include people who know where they come from.
Well,
so
they're God's chosen people. Their land was promised to them 3,200 years ago. So I don't know why you're making this about Jews, okay? I mean, God promised them that territory.
Because your thing about Ilhan Omar
is
that she's like a nationalist for Somalia and blah, blah, blah. So like, oh, well, if her voters are cool. Well, there are people who are nationalist about Israel, so on and so forth.
Okay,
and if their voters are crazy, blah, 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 blah.
Joking.
Same thing.
I am joking, but I actually do think that would be good for the country.
What
You
would be good
know
for the
how like
country?
the right
What
wing
would be
kind
good
of
for
like
the country? What would be
worships
good?
Israel. You know how they like worship Israel like a motherfucker, and you also know how like they're like, oh man, like the most moral army on earth is the IDF, and Bibi Netanyahu is like the savior of the Israeli people. Like all that kind of deference and worship of external countries. I think it's actually safe to say that a substantial amount of like right wingers are weirded out and grossed out by that behavior. Absolutely. And maybe the country would be better off if we didn't do it.
I think a growing amount, certainly.
Yeah, I'm saying you're not going to be able to vote these, like you either have to vote these people out. Otherwise, the rhetoric is like something you're going to have to contend with, right? It's either
we can contend with it, but I think BAM is just criticizing them, and you're saying, why are you criticizing them? They're helping out your party, and I'm like, I'm perfectly capable of criticizing schizos regardless of their party affiliation.
I'm saying no. Hold. This whole thing stemmed from like the fact that BAM was saying that there's a worry that DSA is going to get in, and then they're not going to be Democrats. They're not going to vote with the Democrats. If anything, they're going to be contentious with Democrats the whole time. And then you said Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and so on and so forth. And I'm like, well, what's their voting record? It doesn't seem like they're very contentious.
I get what you're saying.
Just because there's debate and banter, right? Just because there's critique and back and forth doesn't necessarily mean that you're.
I do get what you're saying.
You're opposition.
Democrats a lot.
I'm sorry.
But, like John Fetterman votes with Democrats a lot, but which less so post his injury, to be fair.
Yeah.
But like but John Fetterman's also on Fox News every day talking crap about Democrats. I think that's like, again, I'm actually, when I say crazy saves, you were like, you're talking about them talking about the party. That's actually what I care about. Yeah, the other crazy stuff I might not necessarily like, but again, that may be representing their
Yeah, but then it's not DSA you're worried about. It's just someone who loses their mind, which could be anyone. It could be a socialist. It could be anybody who seems to like lose their mind halfway through their
it's worse. No, it's way worse than that. Because that would be reasonable. What he just said, that's what I don't like.
I'm sorry, what happened?
The issue is like he said, "I just want you to be on my team."
Yeah,
but here's the problem. But here's the problem: the Democrats are not your fucking team. They're your employees. Like, this is what I hate. This is how MAGA. This is how MAGA happened. MAGA happened because everybody decided, well, we have to get with the team.
You don't play for the Falcons, man.
We saw Trump say a bunch of shit we didn't like. We saw him do a bunch of shit we don't like. We saw him say he's going to do more shit we don't like.
Where's your paycheck?
But we got to be with the team. We got to be, because if it's not Republicans, it's Democrats. So you have to be Team Republican. No, the fuck you do not. I'm with what someone said earlier on. We need to go back to earn the vote politics. And this is something that now that MAGA is getting
I want people to do that so you can lose and my team can win.
It's not your team, though.
I understand what you're
saying. It's not your team unless you're getting paid. You don't play for the team unless you get paid. If you're not getting paid, it's not your team. They're your workers. You pay them.
When my blue guys get elected, better things happen.
It's not semantics. My money goes to paying their paychecks, but none of their money goes to me.
But
hold on. No, that's not that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking purely pragmatically. That's how MAGA happened, and this is sort of my wrapping point on this topic for me is the Democrats are so scared of blue MAGA that they're creating it by doing exactly what Republicans did to create actual MAGA. Republicans snuffed down the people who had been a part of their party for so long, who felt underrepresented, who weren't ever getting their way. They watched an entire Republican and Democrat presidency go through. Everybody ignored the rural poor and rural poor's individual freedoms and also their ability to participate in the economy, blah, blah, blah. They thought nobody cared. So they were like, fuck it. We're going to throw in a guy that we know the Republican establishment as it exists hates the most because he's going to shit on them. And you guys are saying in order to avoid blue MAGA in the socialists, we're going to create blue MAGA by saying you vote for whoever the fuck we put up there. It doesn't matter if you're represented. It doesn't matter if you feel like anything is happening. You're going to end up with a voter base that's ready to vote for a Trump. You're gonna.
I don't see this happening personally. I mean, I think there's I've already called out like hypocrisy, but overall, the candidates, I do believe in the aspect of go out there, prove who you are, and then the people will determine. That's what we saw in Wisconsin.
No one
was leading in polling by a lot. She went out there, said some bullshit, lost to Crowley. That's what happened. She lost. It's not something that the establishment has decided. The people did not like what she was saying.
No, I'm not talking about
they
the
didn't
election
like what she was advocating for. No,
I'm talking about this attitude about socialists. The moment a couple of them start winning, is exactly what's going to create.
They have to be crushed.
Yes,
they have to be crushed. They have to be shut down. They can't win. Now they're not in our party.
They don't want to.
Wick was literally like, I'd vote for a Republican.
Literally not in our party.
I didn't like when Wick said that.
I mean, you don't like it, but that's indicative of that ilk. That ilk, that crowd is the lib left online. At least that's what Destiny and the DGG is trying to be. They're trying to be the voice of the lib left online, and right now that is part of that voice. So like you cannot like it, but then now you're gonna have beef with them. And if you disagree with them, you're a socialist and you're a leftist and you're going to kick out just like
of course. Online people are going to online. I don't give a fuck. The thing is,
you should give a fuck. That's what the whole point of this conversation is. I
really don't. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck with online people who are.
Your whole thing is online.
Donald Trump got elected because of online people.
But I'm advocating. No, of course. That's
okay.
Important.
Then you're not the groundwork for Blue MAGA.
I'm not going to change my political stance and my rhetoric to advocate for progressive policies, advocate for change, and beating MAGA just because some online people are complaining and bitching. I'm just not going to do that. That's not going to happen to me.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you don't fall, I said if you don't fall in line, then you get shit on.
Of course, online people are going to shit on me. I don't care what these online people are going to say.
Not online.
Yeah. Go ahead.
But hold on. My biggest point here, though, of this conversation is, of course, they're going to be critical, and of course, I'm going to disagree, and I'm going to criticize them. I'm going to debate them. I'll debate Wick about it. Of course, that's going to happen. But the same thing is happening on the far left too. They're critical. Prime is critical. Everybody's critical on the Democratic side of different constituents, different politicians, different things that people are saying. That's just what's going to happen. So even if you want to tell the center left, hey, don't say those things about socialists, the far leftists are still going to say the same things about corporate Democrats. So the infighting is going to happen regardless. So at that point, will you advocate for your principles or not? And if you're going to say that, now only the center left can't
be critical of the far left. That doesn't make sense to me.
No, it's not about critical. It's about this. It's about lying. It's about this idea that we
Where's
are
the
not
lie?
you.
Let me hear it.
Dude, for the Democrats to say we are not you, your ideas are antithetical to ours. And I think Prime was even being a little dishonest when he said the inverse. They are Democrats and socialists are not antithetical. Socialists are just Democrats who are a little more dejected, who want to go a little further. That's it. And so this
again,
idea
I think they're libertarians.
I said neoliberal.
Because they're also
I said
neoliberals.
neoliberals.
Sure, neoliberals, sure. But the issue is, I feel like, and I feel like I'd share the skepticism with the two liberals here that that neoliberal umbrella is probably pretty big among the Democrats for you. I think you consider at least 80% of them, I would say, neoliberal.
Yeah. Many
So that's the thing.
neoliberal.
So I think
But
I think
That's
I
a
understand.
distinction, though.
But I think you're being pushed in that direction when the Democrats say the same thing to you, or they're like, "We're not anything like you. Fuck off. We've never done anything socialist. What is
You get pushed
socialism? We've
farther
never heard
left
of
when
it."
you feel already out.
Yeah. And in 2016, they're saying Sweden is
you also
socialist,
say,
and
"Yeah, my
that's
daddy."
cool. And now in 2026, they're like, Sweden's not socialist, and that's why we want to do what they want to do because we've never been socialist.
But
even though they were saying
are we
in
talking about the
2016 it was.
perception gap, or are we talking about the legal understanding of socialism? Because right now, if we're talking about advocating for
Legal.
progressive
There's no
policies,
legal
I'm
understanding.
there.
Well-
I'm there with you. But if we're talking about advocating for outright DSA socialism, I'm not with you. I'm just not. We're not.
I'm not
on the
saying
same
you don't
team
need to
there.
advocate on their behalf, but you can say like, "Hey, we'll work together on what we agree on, and we won't with what we won't. If your guy wins, I'll vote for them. If our guy wins, we'll vote for them. Maybe if we agree with them more. If not, we won't." But this idea of like sound the alarms, a socialist won in a
could do
local
that.
race in one state. Everybody needs to kick out their socialist friend from their
Well,
friend
you
group. 'cause
you
it's
kind of
fucking
can't do that,
too
man,
much.
because
No.
wait, because look what happens, for example, in like Michigan, when if it's the lib left versus what you perceive, I'll say it to be, right? If people are consistently like half the voting base is shitting on him, or at least half the pundits online are like consistently shitting on Abdul for the whole fucking primary, right? But then when he wins the primary and in the general, it looks like, oh shit, he might lose. Well, you just spent like 3, 4, 5 months shitting on the guy. Now you're gonna try to convince all the people that you were shitting on him with to vote for him. How would that make any sense?
That's
No. That's actually that
that's
exactly
my point.
makes sense.
Exactly the opposite. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that we can't keep crapping like if once you like be a part of the Democratic Party and say that like, oh, okay, we'll agree on what we agree on, we'll disagree on what we disagree on. We can do that, but we can't do like the Democrats need to support my candidates, and also all of you are genociders. All of you are actually the worst human beings in the entire world.
No, hold on.
I mean, then don't fight for people for 2.5 years about whether
Yeah.
or not you should continue bombing
Yeah,
fucking
you
Gaza. Like
should
No, you're
maybe
just
side
saying that,
with
but
the
you are.
people.
Your answer is, but
I
you
still
are.
haven't heard the free
That's
Palestine
response.
out you once.
So
You
why
know, I'm
would
just
you-
saying,
why-
Habibi. I'm just saying, I haven't heard it once, Habibi. That's all.
We'll go to our friend Connor. I just realized my camera was once again mirrored, and so I was pointing the wrong direction the entire time. Look, it's okay. Look, but I
You didn't know your direction.
is all good. So, but I want to make this point though. I think that we could set expectations both on the right and on the left that primaries are just going to be bloodthirsty competitions between the caucuses, and people are going to rip
And
each
they
other to
should be.
shreds. But once you get into the general, if you're a tribalist, I'm actually with Jeb Tan that we should like reserve our consciences to the point that we don't have to accept the binary nature of politics. However, if we're going to accept the binary nature of politics, if you're considering yourself a part of the team, then after the primary is when you go, okay, fuck it, let's come together. And I think that's why the liberals are getting so pissed, is because they were, in their opinion, because of the vote blue no matter who rhetoric of 2024, they were given shit for shit talking during the primary. Now that's just the nature of a primary. Give your fucking balls a tug, stop being such a fucking pussy, right?
Okay.
But like, you have to be pragmatic in reference to the electoral outcomes, because the truth is, especially at the national stage with the presidency and shit, we're talking about less than 10,000 votes in some of these states.
Yeah.
These
Now,
are close
I agree with
elections.
you. I agree with you if the rhetoric is like civil, right? If you're having
Yeah.
civil contention, but if you're out here saying,
we can't
"Oh
do
my
that.
God, Abdul
I'll be
Al
honest.
Sayed is
terrorist.
campaigning with a terrorist supporting, and then the whole list of slew of things that come with Hassan Piker, right? If
But,
you guys
like,
are,
but that's
if the
factually true.
no,
Why-
no,
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 if it's true.
wait. If the
You're doing the same
liberals,
thing he just did. Don't do that.
And I'm not doing.
No, I'm agreeing with you, Ali. I'm saying that Connor's doing the thing that I was saying. Like, if you make him a terrorist, if you make him the worst person in the world, you can't.
How are you going to say then? I guess we have to vote for him. So it's not a terrorist, as I'll say it, a terrorist sympathizer because he hangs out with Assad, or is he not a terrorist sympathizer? Because you're saying vote for the terrorist sympathizer at that point.
I mean, I'm not.
After trying to convince your audience, hey, this guy's a terrorist sympathizer.
Let's do Radell and Cheb Tan. And just so you know, Pisco hit me up. He said 10 to 15 minutes.
Fuck yeah. Radell said he doesn't want to talk about people when they're not here.
Yeah,
I don't. Well, I hate it.
I know, and I got your back on that, bro.
I'm with you.
I got your back. I called him in. I didn't call him, and I asked someone to call him in. So,
oh, nice. Hey, so I hear you. I think when you're like lying and going like you're applying things someone else did to that individual by extension, that can be problematic. Well, if you call like Syed a terrorist supporter, I think that's problematic. I'm not a fan of lying about the individual. I'm a fan of clarifying who you are, what your positions are, what you support. However, saying factually true statements about individuals is also fine with me. Hassan Piker, I wouldn't say he's a terrorist, but you are talking about terrorist supporter.
Yeah,
I think that's just factually true. Now, when it comes down to it, that also would apply if you have principle or you've done things that people think is factually true too. Like you would say, hey, or I'm just gonna say a leftist would say. I'm not gonna apply this to either.
You can say me. I don't care. It's fine.
I'm just gonna say a leftist. A leftist would say this individual advocated for genocide. That's what they believe. It's a factual, true statement. They'll say that consistently, and that's going to hurt their credibility. People are like, "Oh yeah, this guy's a piece of shit. This guy's a piece of garbage. I can't vote for him." That's morally antagonistic to my positions. So,
but you would see the difference between the two things versus this guy's hanging out with a guy I don't like, and these people believe that a group of people are being genocided on the other side.
Well,
of the
no,
not those are two different things.
You're making a moral weight argument. I'm talking about the rhetoric itself.
I know.
It's factually and objectively true. You can't make the claim that you can't have these contentious rhetoric if they're true for a primary, if these are important aspects of how you would advocate for a candidate.
I think that's fair, but then you're going to have to contend with the fact that, like, if that candidate then wins, right? Well, then you're going to support him. So you are supporting the candidate who hangs out with all the factual statements that
because I make a calculation that the other side is worse, and that
I know. And right now, the differentiation is lot of there's a split coming on the left where a lot of people aren't willing to make that vote now. Right, a lot of libs are not willing to make that vote. That's the perception.
But it's also the reason that the Texas, like, if we did what
you're not
did,
Judge
no, if we did what you guys like are recommending, like we're actually seeing the negative outcome of this in the Texas Senate race. Well, it's positive in my aspect. Like the Texas Republican primary was an absolute blood sport. Ken Paxton, every piece of Ken Paxton's dirty laundry got put out there by funded by the Republican Party, who was backing Cornyn. And now, whose race was actually not about any of the blood sport, dirty underhanded tricks. It was Talarico and Jasmine Crockett. They differentiated strongly on issues. They went and talked to their constituents, but it was never in like crazy bad. Jasmine Crockett didn't call like James Talarico a racist, white supremacist, or anything like that. And James Talarico didn't call her like a ghetto black broad. Like they talked about the issues and they got through it. And now it actually is possible to convince Crockett's voters to like, oh, you know what? Talarico wasn't my choice, but I can vote for him now. But there's tons of Republicans who coming out of the primary saying like, no, I'm not voting for Ken Paxton. They're like,
they're gonna vote for him. This is my point. History says every single one of you saying no. Hold on. History says every single one of you saying that if you say something too bad at X point, at Y point, no one will vote for you. Wrong. History every single time proves that the party that allows and doesn't shun people for even really harsh, as long as it's somewhat honest in nature, wins. Donald Trump is a product of this. Again, this is how MAGA happened. The Republicans had set a standard. You do not.
The media is how that happened.
No. Stop.
No.
The media is responding to sentiment. The rules of the establishment Republicans was you do not fuck with the Iraq War. You do not mention that the Iraq War was a lie. You say it's faulty intelligence. That is the rule. Everybody said that except for Rand Paul and who else? Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
When
Yeah.
you suppress the people because their criticisms are too fiery of the party for not even that long, this was like 13 years, you invite a constituency that will be ultimately refreshed by someone who finally does want to burn it the fuck down. And this was proven time and time again. Trump said the worst shit about everybody else. Everybody else said the worst shit about Trump. But it's not just Republicans, for those who might say, well, that's the Republicans. Kamala Harris said she believed the victims of Joe Biden, that he raped them. And then he won the presidency. This is not an argument. The idea that if you say something sufficiently bad in the primary,
I know he got a lot of votes, but
you can, okay, sure, we can argue it ethereally hurt. Just it so happens that all these candidates won. It just so happens.
But you not? So you think that John Cornyn? You think John Cornyn wouldn't have been ahead of Ken Paxton?
Ken Paxton's going to win.
Is what I'm saying. Not. But you don't think that John Cornyn would be doing better right now than
James Tallarico is a Democrat who only has 55% of women in his state. He is not going to win. He is not going to win. These Republicans who say they can't vote for Ken Paxton now, in mass, once the general comes around and like the regular voting base wakes up,
they're gonna suck it up,
signs their shit. Not even they're gonna suck it up. They have no idea it happened. It's just about who they know, and the people who have the fieriest criticisms are the ones that they know.
Yeah, I mean,
in polls,
it definitely helps in exposure.
Hillary Clinton's lead was resting.
I hear you.
I'm telling you, this is the exact conditions under which Trump won, with these fiery criticisms.
Trump lets you pretend that like I was never up in polls. No one believed in me. No, Trump was.
No, but Biden as well. Biden was essentially called a rapist on the debate stage by his vice president, and won. This doesn't matter. Like this stuff.
So I think if the idea that you're pushing, Jeb Tan, is that like. Yeah, there is like deep divisiveness during primaries, right? At least the hard fought ones. And then like closer to election, yeah, the party tightens up. Like the polls say one thing, but like the polls are just measuring people who have an idea of what's going on, right?
It's only talking to people who are aware of the bad stuff that was said, and 80% of people are not.
Have no idea, no 100%. Yep. You're completely right. And then closer, the people like again, like I'll keep saying this. When for the Harris Trump election, right? On that day, there was a spike, like on election day, there was a spike in Google searches for what happened to Joe Biden, because the people who showed up to vote had no clue that he was gone, right? Yep. So any of that drama that would have happened there, right? Like let's say it was 2016 or something, right? The drama about Joe Biden and his past or whatever. Yeah, that would have gone right over their heads. Of course it would have. Right? They weren't paying attention.
And my argument
is early in the primaries. Like, does your entire worldview break if Tallarico wins? Like, do you have to go rethink life now?
No, because my argument isn't that the fiery criticism has zero effect. It's that suppression has a much worse and much more severe effect. Like, even if Tallarico were to win, I'm guaranteeing you right now, in the next 2-3 election cycles, you have a very Trump-like Democrat nominee. Regardless,
I disagree with that. I do think I understand your overall point, because it can result in more exposure for sure, especially if the stories are attached and proliferated on social media and mainstream media. But if it's not, then it's just a passing remark that actually has no validity to the overall candidate. And I do think it tends to be more factors that will play into account for like a Joe Biden, considering his tenure being in the politics, his relation to Obama, and of course just being a man. Let's be completely honest.
He was not a generally favored candidate in the Democrat Party.
It doesn't matter. That plays into your point. He is more known than Kamala.
And that's a little bit of what I'm getting at. But the issue is now that's my argument. Someone who is really known and is just wanting to have rhetoric that is unique of burn down the fucking Democrat Party, but like Trump in his first term, very politically moderate, kind of politically non-existent, just coming in and just saying, fuck the Democrat Party. They haven't been letting us say fuck the Democrat Party, but fuck them. Look at this, this, and this. We haven't been allowed to say. You guys are ripe for it. And the Democrats who are looking at the socialists, like that's where MAGA is going to come from. That's the perfect misdirection from where MAGA is actually going to come from, which just like it did with Trump, is an establishment that is enslaved only to their ability to maintain power. Because what did everybody say? The GOP's so cucked. Trump said their wives were ugly and their dads killed people, blah, blah, and then they all fell behind him. Bro, you have Hakeem fucking Jeffries saying that we should pack the court. The Democrats are ready to do whatever the fuck they need to do to keep power. And if they suppress this rhetoric against the team long enough to where a Trump-like candidate comes up in the Democrat Party, they are all going to follow suit behind
I
them.
just don't see the suppression that you're referring to. I do think that right now, what people are actually very against at the moment is they're tired of this political toxicity. They're tired of how like inflammatory. No, the people, if we're talking about how people are feeling about these things,
I agree with him in spirit.
They are tired of this shit.
But they're not including criticism of the party in that, though.
No.
They don't like the mudslinging interpersonally, but that's what the Democrats are doing to the socialists.
Yes,
the
exactly.
Socialists are saying fuck the Democrats. The Democrats are saying fuck El Said. He's a terrorist supporter.
First of all, I think El Said would be doing better if it wasn't for how he got in there. That's saying that doesn't matter.
Wait, bam, real quick.
Radell.
That's always going to be a thing because of the all the different sectors of the Democratic parties with their individual ideologies. Ultimately, when it comes down to the current rhetoric and what is going to matter most is what is going to appeal to the people in general. Because you could say inflammatory things and crazy things. Well, the fact is, Hong was saying crazy things and people did not like it. And a no offense.
No, and that's fine.
No-name candidate in Crowley won. That's crazy. You don't see that. So people right now, there are certain things they do.
No, yeah, Hong was also
but her name was getting proliferated because of social media and because everybody was like, "Yo, she wants to take away Thanksgiving."
And Crowley was like,
DSA Thanksgiving.
Crowley was like backed by the sitting governor. What are you talking about, right?
Wait,
like
Crowley
the establishment came behind him, and like it happened in a very short amount of time, right? And he won. I'm not trying to take the win away from him, but like let's not pretend like just from no reason, right? Like spontaneously, this guy comes in at the very last second, right? And all these people just find out about his name and like join in, right? So hold on, Pisco's about to come in right now.
Yeah, I also just think Crowley wasn't the second choice. Crowley was the third choice.
Well, and my thing,
because the second choice dropped out.
My issue here is like there's always an excuse of but we're right to criticize very specifically socialist politicians on their character and everything they've ever said.
I agree.
But then when the socialists are like, we think we're right, like you guys are coming to our side on the genocide in Gaza, and so we were right the whole time. And then when we said that about Kamala, it was get them the fuck out of the rally. Like, why is there an excuse when you're coming at our candidates very specifically?
But we didn't get them out of Kamala's rally. They came to every Kamala rally. They went to none of the
they literally got tossed out. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they came to it and then they were removed. But
like, oh my god,
they literally made statements every single rally. They were like, "Why aren't we on stage? Why aren't we giving like?" Why
no. Oh my god, this like re-editing of like reality.
I'm not re-editing. They didn't ask why they weren't speaking at the DNC.
Hold on. Let's focus. Yeah. This what Radell said about political toxicity, right? Like I reject this idea. Like voters will say what he said, right? Like they will actually say it.
Yeah.
Right? You ask them in a poll, like I hate political toxicity, I hate political negativity. That's the only thing they fucking respond to, right? The number one thing they respond to is like negativity and toxicity, right? That's why negative ads work all the goddamn time, even though they'll say every time that I wish everything was more civil. Yeah, civil is the word they want to use. So in any case, I like reject this idea. Like and that doesn't mean that people don't have their gripes and people don't want to fight, because people do disagree with the party right now. They got like a big issue with the party and what's happening. And so I want to like just keep that in mind, that like, yes, voters will say Like, keep it all positive, guys, right? Those are the messages they ignore. If you just keep it positive the whole campaign, you're probably going to lose, right? And I give this criticism to Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders refused to draw a hard contrast between him and Joe Biden. He refused to do it. He refused to attack the guy. Now, Joe Biden had no problem doing it to him, right? His campaign had no problem doing it back. But like, go back and watch yourself. Whenever it come up, Bernie Sanders was like, well, Joe Biden is my friend and my colleague, and so no, I'm going to avoid like that kind of behavior, or whatever. No, you actually have to draw contrast, and you got to draw it sharply, right? Now, it doesn't have to necessarily be like lies. I'm not in favor of straight up lying. If they have a bad record, that should be able to stand on its own and then make the case against their bad record, but do it in negative fashion. Like, this effing sucks, and I'm going to do something different. That's how you do it. That's the game. That's always been the game, and it's bullshit to pretend otherwise. But I want to, because we're near the end of this, I want to make sure we get Pisco in, because we had stuff for Pisco. Pisco, thank you for joining us.
Of course, I love you, Prime. It's so always good to catch up with you, bro. You're how I started in this space, and so shout out to the OG Prime Cayes. I mean, that was just the original, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the kindness. So as you, because you know me well enough, you know they don't keep track of the fucking drama that's happening, right?
Yeah.
I'm never part of this. However, our friend Connor came in and he talked about how there's a little bit of a civil war happening among the let's say the moderate left, even though I don't think you guys are moderate, but like moderate left. On
you don't think we're moderate, or we don't think we're left?
Little column A, little column B. But that you guys are having a little bit of a civil war as to does vote blue no matter who count right now. Maybe Connor, do you want to introduce like exactly what you were saying? And
well, I mean, I guess the way that we kick this whole thing off, right, is just that there was the vote blue no matter who rhetoric leading through the 24 election, obviously with Kamala Harris. Weirdly enough, I heard someone say, it was Destiny who said it, say that like, oh, we were never criticizing the far lefties for insufficiently supporting Kamala. We just thought that they were making the discourse toxic or something like that. And so I kind of grilled Prime on whether or not he was consistently given shit for effectively losing the 24 election. He confirmed that was a common shit. Yeah, that was a common talking point from 24 to 25. And then not just that, but there is this new discourse effectively saying not only are we eliminating vote blue no matter who, but also we have to start throwing aggressive elbows towards the leftists even before the midterms, right? You know, like we could be hurting our own chances of winning, but we have to strangle the communists right now. And that is the discourse that's been going on recently. So that's kind of how I introduced it, and we took it from there.
Yeah, so I think that in response to a lot of that, it's weird because I think that there are a number of different ideological traditions or people from different ideological traditions that are making the same critique of that critique. So for example, I think that there's right-wingers who say, well, if you really think Trump is a fascist, if you were serious about that the whole time, that we need to punish the fascists and that they really are the threat that you guys sold them as, well, then what's the issue with these DSA candidates? It kind of feels like to them, they don't see this disanalogy between AOC and like Kamala Harris such that it would produce a different result. So that I understand. And then from obviously the Democratic perspective or the more liberal perspective, there's this like, well, yeah, like what the fuck? Aren't we supposed to be consistent? And so I think different people are arriving at the same conclusion, which is there's something wrong here. Unless you take the view that there is some existential anti-liberal threat or, Maoist threat that our country is going to be turned into some authoritarian communist state, then you can make sense of everything. But it seems a little bit convenient that only now, right, the determination conversations are coming up. And so I understand those kind of perspectives and why there's views of hypocrisy. It's not necessarily hypocritical. I would say it's convenient that it's happening now.
Well, not only that, it's convenient that it's only happening in reference to who you're electing in these local races. It's not like the Democrats are like, we need to take a long look at the Democrat platform and try to make it a little less socialist. We need to moderate our political positions. That more Medicare for Allers in the Democrat Party than ever, more support for people like AOC than ever. But the actual candidates, well, no, those are two. We have to nip this in the bud. The Democrat Party, in my opinion, it was the bud. You know,
no. It's a really salient point, because on a lot of these issues, which are the quote unquote linchpin issues, the quote unquote issues where we're pushing at and like apparently trying to divide the party, a lot of those, as you're mentioning, Jeb-Tan, have like popular support among Democrats, and so and even honestly, when correct, like one of the reasons why when I push on this, I bring it to the general election is because this whole notion of excise them from the party, push them out of the party, it seems kind of toothless if at the end of the day you're going to be voting for them anyway, and the prescription amounts to something like, well, maybe don't support them in the primary that loudly, and maybe just be more like critical of them, but I guess we'll support them as the lesser of two evils. Well, then make your rhetoric match your prescription, because it doesn't sound like you're saying excise them from the party. It sounds like you're saying, you know, we should do our best to beat them in the primary, but at the end of the day, we're, you know, tolerant of them.
It's a way to
but hold on, at the same time though, because I agree that a lot of it is toothless. I agree that at the end of the day, the analysis always has to be, what is the bigger threat? Which is
that Radell?
MAGA as of right now? This is Radell.
Yeah.
What's up?
Shout out. Okay, everyone go follow him. I like him. Go ahead. Sorry.
Appreciate it. At the end of the day, right now we have a situation where MAGA is the primary threat. We obviously, that is something we have to nip in the bud. However, the conversation is not necessarily that policies that they disagree with. It is the underlying worry of a principled nature that is clearly antagonistic to what they advocate for in terms of American liberalism, mixed capitalist, American project, in the sense that DSA is anti-American in their point of view. So I don't think it's something that, I think their calculation is wrong. I think if you have a calculation that this is going to help the party in the future, that is wrong. But I don't think there's an inconsistency in principles, because at the end of the day, they're still advocating what they're advocating for. They just see a new threat in the horizon.
But what are the policy distinctions, right? Because we can point to something like prison abolition, police abolition, and like even the lefty candidates are walking away from that shit and saying that it's cringe. But like to Jeb-Tan's point, is there this big, okay, it's authoritarian and Maoist to do Medicare for all. It's authoritarian and Maoist to, not want to support a genocide. Like, is it really the case that there's this wide policy divergence? I'm looking for that, right? Like, I get it that a lot of yes, I think that Hassan Piker is a Marxist-Leninist. I think the Mao shit is cringe. But I just don't see, like, those divisions within the candidates, which is why it seems so perplexing to us. Yes, we can say that there's a division between us and, like, Mike from BA, Hassan Piker, but on policy for the candidates, I'm with Jeb. That seems a little bit far-fetched.
Well, because I think
exactly what I said before.
We were just talking about this. There's like there doesn't, what they're running on is much more moderate in taste, but there's two things. One, I brought up an extreme example earlier on why word association matters. I think if you once you attach the word socialist to something and you get a policy, it leads people to thinking more favorably of it, which can lead you down the wrong route. The example I chose was saying that, like, oh, okay, if we get free college, if Trump grants us free college, that would be a great thing. But if he does it and for some reason evokes like, oh, this is because of fascism. If you like this, you like fascism. Then, like, even if that policy prescription isn't particularly bad,
it's like the presentation,
the negative association.
It's the aesthetics. I understand that.
Well, not
right?
just
like,
the aesthetics. You just think that it's like, oh, we actually don't. People are like, if this is fascism, that's not that bad. Well, we kind of don't want people to like, get a softer association with the word fascism.
That's like a normalization concern, right? Of like the term socialism. I just saw a poll. I don't know, Prime, if you saw it, where it's like the Democratic Party now like 56 or 58% have positive association with the word socialism. socialism. But I just think that when they hear the word socialism, they don't hear Mao. They hear Bernie. They hear, Sweden, Scandinavian model.
Give me my free shit. Give me my free healthcare. Give me my free college and public transportation.
After that,
Sweden, funny enough, Sweden,
higher minimum wage.
That is, I think, in the top two. Sweden, I think, is a country in the top 2 or top 3 of the Heritage Foundation's Economic Freedom Index, is what a lot of American socialists. But this is my thing, and I think this is the reason why randomly you have like a really small government, libertarian, conservative, and the socialists mostly agreeing on the issue of like the Democrats directionally not being very different than socialists. Is I think we've been a lot more engaged with socialist ideas for a long time in terms of like where that line is and what is directionally socialist and what isn't, what's clearly a stepping stone, ACA, to socialism versus what's not. We just have a different prescription of like, does that mean you should or shouldn't do it, right? Like, I think it means you shouldn't. Pisco thinks that, I don't know that you think socialism good. I think you're more just like, it's no reason not to do it.
It's no reason not to vote for them in light of Trump.
Yeah.
And I think many of the kind of like boogeyman socialism concerns, like, listen, I'm not ideological socialist. I'm not a socialist. But if all you mean by socialist is AOC, to me, and maybe this is wrong. Maybe Jeb and Connor have the better of this, right? Because I see Connor grimacing. Maybe it's unrelated. But maybe when I see AOC and I see a puppy, you guys are like, this is actually a tiger cub. And it's going to like swallow you whole or whatever. But I just still see a puppy. And so that's kind of where I'm at.
I think it's the majority of the average voter thinks socialism is AOC, but then people like Connor, people like who are more like involved are like, well, no, socialism is actually this. And most people, that's just the way they're sneaking it in, is by subverting people and tricking people into thinking, well, this is socialism. And then they get their society where you really end all everything.
I agree with exactly what Ali just said, and weirdly enough, I also agree with Pisco. So I still feel like social democratic policies are the Trojan horse through which socialists are rehabilitating 20th century history and modern China. But at the same time, I would rather have like, maybe I'm too much of a liberal in this regard. I would rather have an honest battle of ideas rather than just saying, here's this bad system that I don't like. And if you subscribe to this bad system, you are not allowed to participate in politics. Yeah. So what I was going to say, I still am an anti-leftist. I still don't like Marxist socialists. I still think socialism in general is very silly and needs to be criticized. But I would rather have a robust American political Overton window that had... I don't think a Marxist-Leninist takeover is imminent. What I think is more likely to happen is the Australian and United Kingdom model, where socialists and social democrats basically form the Labor Party of the United States, and they're a caucus within the Democratic Party.
But that's cool,
they can't
right?
win elections by themselves, but they can share power with liberals in order to win.
But like, think about it, right? For the Labour Party in the UK, you had Keir Starmer, right? And I understand now Andy Burnham is now in power. But these aren't like some people who are going to throw away the Constitution if they, the analog existed in America, right? You had Tony Blair before then, who was the major Labour figure. He got involved in the Iraq War. He was a market guy as well. He had some policies that he was a moderate in the vein of like a New Democrat or some shit like that. And so I honestly think people like... Sorry, go ahead. I was gonna say people like Prime are probably way more radical and disappointed in like AOC and Bernie Sanders, and so like that should tell you something, right? Like the fact that they're disappointed should tell you that like, okay, maybe they don't have as much pull as they wish.
I didn't say AOC is left.
Lonerbox did say, and I don't want to bring this up where people are going to be like, oh, Connor's too soft on the lefties or whatever. Lonerbox did say that the founder of the NHS system in the United Kingdom was a social democrat who did a purpose anti-communist purge of the Labour Party, and effectively he was far left politically. He was a social democrat. He basically believed in a robust.
But Clement Attlee called his party socialist, right?
Hold on. But he was effectively the UK's version of McCarthy. He was like a rabid anti-communist.
Yeah, no, that's fine, right? Like it could be that they're rabid anti-communists and still call themselves socialists, as Clement Attlee did, right? As the opposition to Churchill and the Tories. Like that's all compatible, and it just goes to show you that this kind of like semantic shit about like the real definition of socialism, that to me is less important, right? What I think that just in the same vein, if you were to propose prison abolition, the abolishment of private capital, Jeb, do you have any doubt that most Democratic voters are going to stand up and be like, sorry, like look at what you saw in California when they like kicked these mayors out on their ass who were like too soft on crime. They undid a bunch of changes they did in these referenda. It just really does seem that there's a fundamental here, which is Americans generally like living well, living prosperous lives, and we're not going to see some like Maoist takeover, the abolishment of private capital. To me, it's all a fantasy. It's not going to happen in America. We're too based.
Well, I definitely understand that.
So I want to start addressing this. Like, I think that like what happens when we're talking about these shifting lines is that all of a sudden we like pretend we don't understand like the concept of an Overton window, right? Like what I'm talking about is shifting the Overton window left, right? Like, and I feel like if you're actually a Democrat, that should be what you want as well, right? If you're actually on the left, you're like, oh yes, let's shift it to the left. That doesn't mean, right, that now that we are talking about these popular policies like Medicare for all, like free college, or like whatever, right, like the usual suspects, that all of a sudden communism is on the horizon, right? Like that only happens. We only think that all of a sudden when the corporate Democrats are losing power, right? Or the corporate Republicans are losing power. That like once it's moving outside the status quo, then America is going to fall apart any second now.
Yeah,
right?
they didn't say that when Bernie was helping Biden and when like Bernie was being. Yes, that's what my point was at the start, Prime. I think you agree. It's convenient now that it's being raised as an issue.
Yeah,
I do think.
I think that I'll go to you right next, Radell. Right?
You good.
So yeah, I'm not a communist, to be clear. Right? Like maybe my friend Connor
just a
disagree
socialist.
with me. Yeah, just a filthy socialist. Right? And still, Connor needs to like defeat me. Right? Fair enough. Right? I hear you. Yeah, sure. And the Jeb can also, right? It's like I still gotta defeat Prime, but like I'm not a communist. That's not me, right? And I don't advocate for communism. Like,
if you gotta say I'm not a communist, you're probably a communist. I'm joking.
I'm not racist.
but yeah, but like,
or not anti-Semitic.
Exactly.
For these, I like what I advocate for is shifting the Overton window to the point where, yes, we can talk about, hey, how can we collectively handle our problems, right? Like, how can we bring this government, which we're paying into any which way, right? We're paying incredible amounts of money. Why don't we just shift, like, where the funds go, right? Hey, instead of, like, this Pentagon, which can't pass a single fucking audit, right? This Pentagon who spent decades hundreds of billions of dollars on a weapon stockpile that is being emptied right now because it's inefficient for the times, right? Instead of doing that, why not redirect those funds to us, right? To the people, to employ them in a way that helps the common man, that solves the problem that you have and that I have, right? For the betterment of all. That's what I want to do, right? But like the way I'm treated within the Democratic Party is that, there you go, Mao, right? There you go. He wants to form a Politburo, right? He wants to set prices on everything. And maybe that might not be the case, but they don't even want to have a conversation. And because they don't want to have the conversation, then our friend Jeb Tan, I think, is correct that, like, yeah, so just keep ignoring the populists, right? You'll keep pretending that they're not there. And what you'll do is you'll set yourself up for an actual Trump-like candidate, right? That wouldn't be
not that, but
you wouldn't share a party
wait,
Joe Biden. Like, I just don't like the framing. They're like,
yes, I wouldn't share a party with someone who sponsors a genocide. No, actually, that's my line. Hold on. Excuse me. I don't know what you're doing here, right? If you can't make an argument, then don't.
So again, why is he talking about like I'm not a Maoist? I'm not these people. I just want to have a little conversation with people.
Excuse me. I said something
cogent.
cogent.
Power level. Man
no, it's like, excuse me. Shut up.
You're trying to trigger Prime right now.
I said something cogent. You can respond to something cogent. Hey, yes, supporting a genocide is my line. Not like you're surprised about that. Not like you're. This is a shock to you. Yeah, that's my line. Not the rest of. I can. Our friends and you say this all the time, right? That and Pisco says as well that Joe Biden is the best president that you've had in your lifetime, right? And which I think is the greatest insult to the party, but still, right? I understand.
But true. But true.
From. I have lots of thoughts on that, but
George Bush, you're gonna start glazing George Bush?
No, absolutely not. No, they all do.
Or Bill Clinton. Yeah.
All of them. All of them.
None of them were the greatest. They were all the worst. And that Biden was the greatest of the worst.
They're all equally bad.
Yeah,
Biden was the greatest of the worst.
Equally bad. No, hold on. No, I don't have to say they're equally bad. I can make differentiations between the war criminals. I can do that, of course. But like. So I can, but I understand your perspective. Not like I don't see it, right? I get what you're trying to go with here, right?
We're on the same page, yeah.
We're not.
We agree. Wait, why are you being cucked about this problem? You can just say you agree. You can just say you agree.
No, I'm sorry. I won't.
Who was better than Biden? Who was better?
Any one of them that didn't directly sponsor a genocide. Some of them didn't directly sponsor.
Like Obama?
Whichever the ones that didn't. Obama caused. He didn't sponsor this. I don't know. It depends on how you want to talk. But Obama caused the disaster in Syria. Is Syria the one I'm thinking of?
Clinton has Rwanda. You think Obama caused Syria?
No,
Libya.
not Syria. Not Syria. Libya. He didn't cause. Yeah, I didn't say he caused it. I just said that he didn't sponsor it, right? But his actions caused an absolutely fucking disaster. Obama's one of the better ones, honestly.
Bill Clinton, right? Rwanda, he didn't act to prevent a genocide.
Yeah. So to be clear, right? So hold on, guys, don't get distracted.
Number one.
Don't get distracted.
Sorry. I got something to say.
Look. Sorry. If you guys actually want to interact with me, listen to what I'm saying.
Okay. I'm listening. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. I'm saying that I can understand what you see in Joe Biden. Right. And it's weird that when I say the thing that I've said for years now, right? When I say a reasonable sentence that other people who's outside these political spaces, they agree with, many Democratic voters agree with, hey, actually genocide is too far, right? Then I'm criticized for that. Yeah, there's a fucking problem there. There's a fucking problem with the party can't actually deal with this. That no matter what it is, as soon as this comes up, we have to suppress. That's literally what Bam tried to do. Just now, right?
No, he tried to suppress you.
We can't talk about it. We can't talk about this.
Bam, you're ruining everything. Hey, let me say something.
That's fine. I don't know what party he wants to be in.
Oh, wait, hold on, Bam. So, Prime, I agree with this sentiment for sure. That I do think it gets pretty lazy to throw out superficial claims of a communism or even fascism back in the day when it wasn't really just because you were against my views. I think obviously now I think MAGA is fascist, but I do think that got in the way of real criticism and real characteristics that exist today. So I agree there. Overall, with the conversation of the socialists and the policy prescriptions. Yeah, sure. Policy prescriptions, some things I can argue against, some things that I agree with, some things that I'm in favor of for sure. But the big question for me, and this is where I land, is what is your end goal and what is your underlying principles? Now, currently, my calculation is I'm willing to work with the enemy of my enemy to beat MAGA. I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to work with them because I understand the current threat of the United States of America, by extension, the world. That's my calculation.
Prime's not willing to work with the enemy of the genocide Joe. That's the difference.
Maybe so. But my question for you guys,
I don't think they're the enemy of genocide.
Based off what Connor said earlier regarding the Overton window and the willingness to work with certain people and maybe even engage with their ideas, are you able to do with that if you understand that their underlying principle, their end goal is completely different
from what you are advocating
It's not
for,
completely
what your
different.
system is, what your project of and vision of America is. Are you
He's
able to work with
fucking
someone
loves the decommodification of basic human needs. He just thinks that workers owning the means of production is cringe. So he's a half socialist.
Yeah, that's what all Democrats are. That's the thing. It's annoying. It's
That's
like,
your perspective. That's like a philosophical difference.
It's not.
No,
Stop. It's not. It's an objective. Like if you believe in nationalizing healthcare, that is socialism, at least in healthcare. Like there is no capitalism in that. It's not there. Like look for the capitalism in it.
I don't think having universal health care is decommodification.
How?
Decommodification means removing something from the market.
If you universalize it, it is no longer a commodity because it can be publicly acquired.
I'll agree with you if you're saying like single payer, I guess.
Yeah, I mean even Medicare for all, like everybody,
like the UK or whatever. Socialism, I would probably agree with that.
So Connor, the problem you'll have is if you define communism in too narrow a way, or socialism, whatever you're saying, then it's just like trivially obvious that none of these people are socialists, right? Like if you define it that way, then I guess Mom Donnie isn't a socialist, right? So like that's the issue.
No. Hold on.
Like
he's not decommodifying.
I can differentiate between means and ends. So for instance, I think that Mom Donnie is a smart enough and educated enough guy that when he says he's a democratic socialist, he does mean that he wants to result in the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production using the levers of democratic power to eventually get there. But I think that he also recognizes, especially if he's as smart as he seems, that like the material conditions aren't ready. Therefore, he needs to prime the American population by first getting them used to socialized social services being more common and actually being effective for the American people. Whereas I think that like Marxist Leninists or whatever would be revolutionary.
My issue is this idea of a complete difference in platform. Like complete just has to mean nothing if you're directionally the same but to a different degree, and that is a complete difference. And any difference is a complete
nonsensical
difference.
statement. That doesn't mean anything.
Ultimately, it does.
It does.
Pisco wants the decommodification of basic human needs. He's a half socialist.
Yeah, here's what I mean.
Will he absolutely get rid of capitalism? Will he draft a new
No, he fucking loves capitalism.
Then what are we talking about? There's obviously differences.
What are you talking
about? Directionally, he wants half of what socialists want.
We understand through lines that determine a very stark difference between the principles being outlined.
Okay.
We know that exists.
Okay, hold on. There's a stark difference between people who want constitutional carry and people who want constitutional carry and the elimination of Class 3 licenses for fully automatic firearms. But those two are so directionally similar that they can't say that each other have a complete difference in their gun policy. It's not completely different. It's 95% the same with one really key distinction. That's
the Democrats, if you narrow it to very strict policy differences. But if we're talking about systematic differences, those stark differences are much more impactful because you're completely deteriorating the current institutions as they exist today.
The Democrats
something
else.
We keep multiplying. I like this.
So
the Democrats currently, right, Ro Khanna and Hakeem Jeffries, they say they want Supreme Court reform. Peace go, Josiah. Like they're into packing the court.
Oh, yeah.
And there is a Democrat contingency, a big one, potentially even a majority one at this point, that wants to some level erode institutions in order to move things directionally the way that also socialists and progressives in America want to move them. And so this idea that there's this complete difference, but you will succeed by rebranding their policies and then tell them that they had no right to think that they were on your team. It just doesn't make any sense.
I disagree with you.
We don't have to focus on arguing on this particular point, right? Like, I don't think if I got my socialist center, right? Like if I did what I said, right, and I moved over to the socialist center, I wouldn't then tell a friend Connor that like, oh yeah, those communists, right, who are just to the left of that window, they're completely different, right? And I could never see how like we could slip into that direction. No, like everything's a spectrum, right? Like yes, like we can slip into this other place, but like I'm talking about establishing a new status quo, a new status quo that cares for the individual through the effort of the collective, that doesn't require necessarily getting rid of all money without forming a politburo or anything like that. Now, others may feel differently about that, but that's my position, and I think that we can do that. We formed a neoliberal status quo, and that maintained for a long time, and it was very difficult to move that. We can just do that again. We can set a new center and just do that again, saying something that works better for the people. We could do that. Maybe it's a libertarian new center, right? Maybe it's a socialist new center, but we can just set it somewhere else. We can decide.
But what Jeb 10 is saying, what Jeb 10 is suggesting, and what should be listened to, I think, and even though I would disagree with how he characterizes some of these policies. So, for example, I would characterize the court reform as strengthening our institutions and preserving the Constitution, not tearing it apart. But though we would differ on the characterization, I think what Jeb is identifying correctly is that there is a center to the Democratic Party. It exists, and there's a lot of agreement on that center, and that agreement includes things that have been characterized by some as socialistic, such as socialized medicine, and even on the label socialism, where we're seeing poll after poll showing that Democratic, and listen, I don't call myself a socialist, I don't identify as a socialist, but you have to be blind not to see that there is a center here, and that it already exists. It's not a theoretical thing. I just think that when they say socialism, they mean something different than what the doomsayers are suggesting. I think even Jeb 10 agrees with that. I think the fear is who's controlling who. Are the machinations of the DSA, inner cabal, Politburo, or whatever you want to call them, are they the ones leading the dog? Or is the overwhelming sentiment of the people, are they the ones kind of in control about where the party goes?
Yeah, we'll go to Tom next. But then we'll go to Radell. Tom to Radell. Yeah, so I would agree that, and I've been saying this for a very long time, that the people have already shifted. What I'm mostly pushing back against is the political class, right? The one that attacks us, that both through rhetoric, through the media, and through state power, like we saw on college campuses under Biden's administration when they cracked down on the pro-Gaza protests there, right? We can see that there is a death grip by the neoliberal establishment to keep things from moving. That's what I'm saying. We can actually just do it. We can the party has moved, the country has moved, if you ask me, and we can adjust on the party level without everything immediately going into food shortages or whatever. So thank you. Was it this person? I don't know, Ariana, for the GM. Sorry, thank you for that. We always want to include a friend.
Is that a white Prime Cayes logo?
That's no.
That's monkey original.
That's the original logo.
Yeah, that's the original.
Oh shit! Listen, I'm in Japan, and the fact that I don't know. Okay,
you're bigger than Luffy is in Japan is crazy.
Yeah,
as a socialist, Pisco.
You're gonna walk around I'm seeing white Prime Cayes logos everywhere.
I don't think Luffy's ever been called that in his life. I'm not gonna lie.
That's the main character of the
He's white Prime Cayes to me now.
That's Prime Cayes. I love that you make that association.
Oh fuck!
That is but that's the character monkey D. Luffy, and I use that.
You got the clip. Can we listen to Tom? We got the clip.
Sure.
I've never been more proud of Pisco for not knowing anything about anime. It's based on
I'm disappointed.
Let's fucking go.
Like Tom,
fucking anime. All right. So before I get the straw man response to this, I'll go ahead and give the caveats that I'm not saying these are equivalent. I'm not saying these are just as bad. But when we keep saying that when they say socialism, they just mean something different. I don't think we would accept this in any other forum. If people start saying, oh, when I say fascism, I just mean this, and it's something just much more normalized, or again, not saying they're equal, but I am saying that when you label yourself as a socialist, this is a tribe that people start to feel a part of. And then when they say, okay, well, I'm a socialist, and now those are socialist policies, so now I'm in favor of socialist policies, so I'm in favor of those, because most people don't actually do the research to understand what they mean when they say socialist. They don't actually care as much about understanding the distinctions. They care about about being part of the tribe and getting done the policies that them and their tribe want done. So when they start identifying as a socialist, the more extreme people who also call themselves socialists, they start to identify with those people as well. And this is how, like, literally the alt-right pipeline work. This is how lots of people get sucked into neo-Nazi circles.
Yeah, I'm not convinced of that, Tom.
Of terms.
No, I think it's the opposite.
Yeah,
so I think it's when you Trojan horse the ideals under a more mellow label, that's where it happens. And my issue is the Democrats have been doing that for like almost 2 decades, and then they're like, where did all these socialists come from? We've been saying the solution to every problem is more government intervention, and now we have this group of people who think government intervention is the solution to every problem.
But we can be in favor of more government intervention without being in favor of the fucking government taking over all of the major corporations, without being in favor of open borders, without being like, we can be somewhere, like, just as you can be a fucking neoconservative or a neocon without like being in favor of fucking fascism, and all of us being like, oh, well, you were conservative, you had some nationalistic tendencies.
What's the fear?
It's the reason why we care that.
That's the stark difference.
It always comes up with Nick Fuentes. We say that, like, Nick Fuentes, a self-avowed neo-Nazi, a self-avowed white supremacist. Even if he does hang out with Kanye, it matters the word he associates himself with. Like we always point these things out. It does. It just
words matter. Of course, words matter. I'm not doubting that words matter, but like words are also.
You literally are. You literally
their usage,
and
I'm not. No. What I'm doubting is not that words matter, but the empirical case that this like wrong co-option of the terms.
Is Pisco lagging?
Well, yeah, he's in Japan.
Like, what is going to lead to something? That's what I've seen.
We missed all of it, bro. Sorry, we missed.
Can you hear me? Okay, so what I said was, what's the? Okay, all right. So, my bad. So I'm good now, right?
You're good.
Yeah. You're
Hello?
like 10 seconds behind us.
Right.
So once I say you're good, you got to go.
Okay. So my whole point is, I don't see the empirical case for why the term being something more general or something more, just government does stuff, why that is going to lead to a bad outcome. Like, where is that case that when they use the term socialism to mean something more benign, that gives the opportunity for the bad to come in? I've never seen anyone effectively.
Charlie Kirk identified as a nationalist. Charlie Kirk identified as a nationalist, but every time he said he was a nationalist, he says, I'm a nationalist because I don't think there's anything wrong with loving your country. Every time he described nationalism, he was talking about patriotism, but he definitely normalized nationalism. Stephen Miller did the same thing. Donald Trump did the same thing. They all normalized nationalism and said it was just, no, it was not. When Donald Trump first came in, about 5% of the country had
he never said he was white nationalism. Nationalism
was white national, not white nationalism.
He doesn't have to use the word. He's already white. We can see he's white. And he's
what I'm saying is, you are saying white nationalism is bad. He's saying that nationalism, even without the white, is bad. I'm saying
no, but he doesn't have to say the white. It's a silent. Like it's I'm just talking about nationalism.
I'm just talking about.
They're having a different argument, though. They're having a different argument.
I'm just acting like his nationalism doesn't go with white nationalism. Even though
nationalism in and of itself is not bad. Some of the Democrat wet dream states like Switzerland and Sweden are very nationalist, and there's nothing wrong with that. Nationalism is normal. The issue is socialism actually has a meaning they're scared of. But what Pisco is saying is that the people who are claiming socialism are not actually promoting policies you're scared of because they're directionally the same as yours. What's the fear if none of even the socialists in the United States are going to support the policies of the socialists you're scared of?
What do you think Rashida Tlaib would do tomorrow if she was made king for a day? What do you think she actually does?
King. She'd have to be made king, right? We're talking about voted in as president. Do that there, right?
Yeah, let's do a plan.
She'd be made a thing.
Like, do you think that this is actually what they advocate for? No, it was
which question should we answer?
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Well, it's kind of puts back to your point of nobody just saying you're socialist. Nobody's actually a real socialist. No, some of these people are real socialists.
No, I'm
you said Rashida Tlaib, and so what would happen if Rashida Tlaib was president? We'd have decommodification of goods
I gave a
and
real world example of where we do see somebody using the more extreme label to normalize it and redefine it as just loving your country. And then we do. There's tons of studies
so
that show
much loaded.
that 30% of Americans now do identify with nationalistic policies, which I think nationalistic policies are antithetical to American values. So I don't think nationalism is fine. It is okay. I do think that there are issues
Socialism
with
or
nationalism in and of itself.
he's saying that
He's referring to nationalism.
What are the nationalistic policies?
Yeah, that are antithetical.
What are the
to
nationalist?
American
So what are the nationalist?
crime,
Yeah, what are the nationalistic policies that the Republicans didn't agree with before, and now they do because of this label nationalism? What
the
is
strongest? The strong anti-immigration stance is new for the Republican Party.
That's the big one.
Or getting rid of like U.S. aid, not funding Ukraine, not funding.
No
Israel,
way, bro!
like,
Because of the term. No. Wait a second. Can we pause on that? So, like, the immigration, you're making the case. Is it that bad? Should I refresh?
No, keep going. Keep going.
I'll refresh.
Okay.
Yeah, he was like.
Okay, I'm gonna refresh. Just give me a second.
Yo, Prime, do you remember back in the day when my noise gate was set too high? So like at the beginning and ending of like every single time I talked, we like lagged and jumped and shit. And you guys had to like help me tech shoot it for like a month.
Yeah.
I'm assuming I'm assuming this is the similar experience with Pisco's internet.
Yeah, especially since he's in Japan. He's a long ways away. But the importance behind I also kind of I'm gonna let Pisco.
He's just a man. He can talk when he wants to talk.
Can you guys hear me now?
We can hear you.
I don't know if it's a delay. We could hear you before.
You hear me now or no? All right, cool.
Yes.
Cool. So
ahead.
so like the nationalistic argument that Tom is making is something like Hawks because the term nationalism has been more prominent in usage. And like, I'm just not seeing that. People have been antagonistic to immigration for years. What is the case that like, and that's part of the reason why Trump was elected. It seems like what's driving the anti-immigration sentiment is the policy itself, Trump more than the term nationalism. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, and
I didn't say immigrants as any of my examples because I wouldn't use that as any of my examples. I said the more isolationist policies, getting rid of U.S. aid, not funding Ukraine, not funding Israel. There are these are more isolationist policies. Even the tariffs, like this is there are literal studies. I can send you studies on the fact that from the point George Bush left office from George Bush to Donald Trump, after Donald Trump took office in 2016, the Republican Party has become more and more in favor of nationalistic policies.
Sure, but hold on.
These strains have existed for years, Tom.
Yeah,
like Pat Buchanan was part of this.
But as someone who's like very pro-Israel, and I want us to fund Israel, what part of not wanting to fund Israel is antithetical to American values? I feel like that's just a foreign policy disagreement.
We're a Judeo-Christian nation. Okay,
it's not just
Israel.
It's not just
Israel was promised to
Connor.
God or promised to the Jews 3,200 years ago. Okay,
I mean, obviously, I agree, but I'm just saying I don't think it's against American values and not.
Listen, the greatest way to assure that Ben Shapiro loves America is to make sure that America loves Israel. Okay.
Well, no, but this is my
We've
issue
also
is,
given up. We're giving up room on the world stage. We assume that when America backs off, that other countries don't step in and take over.
Well, for sure.
People are anti-American influence, because they think that like we only do bad things, but like the America actually has a lot of positive influence on the world stage. And
sure,
but
the negative things are pretty loud, and we see them. So it's like,
Well, and I'm supportive of American foreign policy establishing that in the Teddy Roosevelt sort of world police thing, but that's not a fundamental American value. That's more of like a modern thing we decided to do.
Yeah, sure. I wouldn't
fundamental. It doesn't go back to our founding, but it is part of the American ethos currently.
No, but you haven't made the case that the terminology leads to the policy. So, Tom, you haven't.
I have.
You haven't made the case that the terminology is what's causing the shift in policy. You had Pat Buchanan back in the day. You had these nationalistic trends, and then also the Republican Party right now is the least of these. Right? The Republican Party is most in favor of the intervention in Iran. The Republican Party, MAGA, supports what Trump is doing vis-a-vis a lot of these interventions, and so I'm not convinced
they're not
that even the quote-unquote America First policy.
They're not really pro.
But listen, I mean, I think
There
I
should
think that they're
Donald
like
Trump,
in favor of
but they're
Donald
not in
Trump
favor of it.
in the 1990s called Pat Buchanan a fucking Nazi. He called him a Nazi and he called him a far right fascist over and over because of his nationalistic tendencies and his nationalistic policies. Pat Buchanan was not representative of the majority of the party. And again, as I said, I can show you studies. I can't show you studies that it directly links to the use or the normalization of nationalism, but I can show you studies showing that
it's the movement. It's not the word usage. Like that, but that's the point you're making about the socialism stuff. Like
you're really saying that that's not.
You haven't made that
just
case.
To be clear, hold on, wait. Just to be clear, I just want to be clear real quick. Do you think the term nationalism has been normalized on the right?
I have no idea. I will grant that it has. Who cares?
Okay,
He
so
said
if it has been national,
who cares?
So
that's the point. Isn't
then
the point isn't whether it's been normalized.
So I'm trying to. So if it has been normalized, do you think it makes sense that people who identify as nationalists and start to buy into that tribe are more likely to start agreeing with nationalistic policies because of that? Do you? Think
or they already agreed with them before?
I think it's
that's why they joined the tribe.
Yes, yeah. So when you say, does it make sense? Are you asking me like, well, and I'm not going to do Socratic because we can't do back and forth. I think what you're asking me is like, is it true that the term is making people more likely to do X, Y, or Z? But that's your fucking case to make, Tom. And I'm not just going to accept that the term is what's causing this like policy disagreement any more than I would. Like that's your homework. You got to do that.
My assumption from what Tom is saying. My assumption from what Tom is saying, let me know if you agree with what I'm about to say here, is that my understanding of nationalism obviously is putting the nation above everything else, right? Very simple. So when it comes down to that core principle, aligning what America being like this nation, that everything that happens in America is at the forefront, is going to determine what policies that they support. I would include immigration. Like, my vision of this nation is very specific, kind of aligning with like BAM's prescription regarding, the race thing as well. But this very specific particular type of nation needs to get rid of these immigrants, needs to remove ourselves from the international state and focus on what we got going on. And then obviously we need to do other external pressures that might align with what Tom is saying regarding tariffs. And the reason why that is important is because once you align that the nation's interests are above everything else, at the same time, they're also aligning, which obviously starts leaning into fascism, Donald Trump being one-to-one with the nation itself, which obviously moves in a very bad direction. I think we all agree.
Republicans were literally the free trade warriors before Donald Trump came in. These things were antithetical to the shit that they fucking believed in. But because Donald Trump came in and started normalizing the nationalistic policies and the nationalism
policies, not the word though.
Policies as well.
Yeah, but he's talking about the movement too.
This is part of it. I'm not saying that it is just this by itself. You call yourself a nationalist and everybody becomes nationalist. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying this is part of it, and that is part of what it is that the DSA is doing. In order
that's kind of what you said. That's kind of what you said, though. What you
said, MAGA by default is
Just,
nationalist. Like that's just true.
I've been trying to follow this, and maybe I'm missing something. If I please, anyone can correct me. It's fine, right? But like, what Tom said is like what I thought he's been saying. That like, yes, you use the term, right? Whatever it happens to be, nationalism, socialism, fascism, whatever it is, right? You use the term, you use it in a way that's more benign and more acceptable to like the mainstream, right? Wherever they might be, right? And use that as an entry point to bring them into a larger movement. But like, he's not saying the word itself has that kind of power. At least I don't think so, right?
Well,
he's
so
saying
my
that,
issue
like,
is...
yes, no, one second, I'm almost done. That there is a movement, right? Like Pisco is saying, like, well, there has to be a movement that makes these things happen. Well, yeah, of course, the movement you were identifying, right? The Pat Buchanan's. Pat Buchanan's been at this for a long goddamn time. He was very happy with like how immigration dialogue turned in the 2000s and stuff, right? He was extremely excited about that. But that was a movement that happened, and part of that is simply right, like. And everyone does it, right? And I was like, socialists do it too, right? They start with something that like everyone can agree on. And then later on, right, if you like that, well, then there's some other policies that maybe the normies aren't into, right? It happens.
They said nationalism is just loving your country. It's just
but this is my problem.
Can I ask Jeb and Pisco a question? I'm asking you guys a question. Yeah. Do you guys think that the movement of nationalism enforced Donald Trump's authority over the country?
No. And the reason why is one followed the other. It wasn't nationalism then Trump. It was Trump then nationalism, because people had to sort of make an excuse for why a lot of Trump's things had fallen flat. And this idea was this sort of ethereal concept of, regardless of what the numbers say, he's prioritizing us. And so, so it was the opposite. It was Trump kind of invited nationalism.
I also think. I know I'm behind. I know I'm behind. Yeah. I just want to put it out there, guys. I know I'm behind. Otherwise, we're not going to talk. I also think it's a little anachronistic to pretend the Republican Party wasn't nationalistic. I mean, this is the party where rah, 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 go America, go America. The way you're defining nationalism is in light of particular policies. You're defining nationalism to exactly. So, like, the Republican Party has always been a party that's like nation, 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 America, 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 America. And you're now defining nationalism to be only in light of these particular policies. And unfortunately, that just isn't what I take and understand nationalism to be. You know, you can be nationalist and it can incarnate itself in many different ways. And the Republican Party is a nationalist party. It has been, and it is.
Tom, what's the difference between patriotism? What's the difference between patriotism and what's the difference between the two?
Thank you, the Trib, for saying Tom saying influence is real is triggering, I guess.
Tom. So what's the difference between the two?
So generally, the easy way to explain it is that patriotism is just loving your country, whereas nationalism is where you're so in favor of your country to where it's going to be to the detriment of other countries. So other peoples. So it's not just your country, but your people. So whatever group of people. So the isolationist ideals, the fact that you're willing to cut everybody off, the fact that you're willing to do tariffs, it doesn't matter if it hurts them. It just matters if it benefits us. It's literally the ideal is America first, Germany first, like Switzerland first. It is about your country first. It doesn't matter if it hurts everybody else. Whereas patriotism just means I like my country. I love my country. Let
me finish my answer real quick before everybody else.
I don't know if that's all patriotism.
I had a second half that got cut off.
Okay.
So I resent this idea that like the word nationalism being of utmost power was not what Tom was saying, because the whole part of that conversation was Pisco was arguing like, if the socialism they're carrying forth is not actual socialism that you're afraid of, then why does it matter? And they were saying, Bam had mentioned, because words matter. And when you associate the word with the policy, that's when it becomes a problem. And Tom supported that by saying, even if it's not really socialism, adding the word to it and normalizing socialism with policies that aren't totally socialist is going to get people to believe in actual socialism. Yep. And that's that's why Pisco kind of put the feet to the fire and said, what nationalist policies did Republicans not support before, that because they were sort of Trojan horse the word nationalism, they became to support? But I would argue the America First movement is an exact example of the opposite thing happening. Was nationalism had such an ick on it, it wasn't converting people, and so they had to name it something else in order to get people to support it.
Go ahead, Connor, and then Radell.
Yeah, no, I appreciate Jeb saying that, because I was wondering if what Tom is trying to get at is that there is a similar parallel that people are worried about with socialism, that by, using it as this ephemeral term, it kind of normalizes it. And then by normalizing these more ephemeral ideas, we get more hardcore ideas down by the line. And by the way, I think this is actually the liberal argumentation. The anti-leftist liberal argumentation is precisely this. However, I will point out that what Pisco and Josiah and Jola, who I think is in chat, by the way, what they've been vilified for is doing an electoral calculus where they're saying, we need these people for now. We need these people for 2026. We need them for the midterms. We're probably going to need them in 2028. We're not going to be able to excise them from the political party. And so as a result, let's have as big of an electoral tent as possible, which still includes what we view as nefarious characters. Whereas I think what I and some of the liberal anti-leftists have said is what Tom said, which is you're normalizing socialism. It's going to be bad eventually. And so as a result, based on principle, I can't vote for a leftist. And so I kind of think that there will be a political schism between center left and center right people and center left and far left people, where half of the center left people are going to say, no, we need electoral victory. I will vote with socialists and far leftists in order to achieve electoral victory. And there will be half of the center left people who say, no, this is too far. Fuck the far left.
Just real quick, I just want to clarify just real quick, just off of what Jeb Tan said, and then I'll let you guys go. But I think Jeb Tan, for the most part, I agree with what it is that you were saying. I wasn't necessarily jumping on with what the other guy was saying. I was just disagreeing with Pisco, where he says they call it socialism, but they define it differently. So it doesn't really matter. Just go with the definition that they're using. And I'm arguing with him saying, that's not a good reasoning to me. That's not a good argument, and this is why. So
what do you mean? Wait, go with the definition. I'm just describing what they mean, right? Like, and if there's a fear of them doing something that is not in accordance with your own values, then surely that's going to be linked to their ideas and what they want to see in the world, as opposed to the term socialism. That's why I think you guys need to listen to Jeb when he's suggesting that, like, there's much more overlap, and why even just like I take issue with what Counterpoint said, where it's like Josiah and Pisco and Jola are embracing a deal with the devil, as though like we're conscious of the fact that there's like a massive disunity between like what most voters want in the Democratic Party. What we're saying is that there's a close connection between what the different factions of the Democratic Party
more alarming
want.
to me, though.
But no, this is the thing.
Why?
If the socialists are the devil, the Democrats are the succubi. Like, it's like the issue is, if you have a fundamental issue with socialism being sort of like Trojan horsed into the American psyche, then maybe don't have directionally the same exact platform as them, but not to the same extent. If your actual concern is people getting too used to socialist ideas, stop advocating for nothing but socialism in part. But you guys did that because you're obviously okay with it. So just be like, listen, we're only okay with socialism.
I completely
ideas just to want free healthcare, though. That's not socialism.
It's socialized healthcare. It's socialized healthcare.
You're over-broadening
that is
the
wanting
term
a social program. Socialism is an entire
philosophy. It's an entire market that you want to nationalize.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. And that's not what Democrats want. Democrats do want
that is
parts
what
of the economy to be socialized.
Oh, yeah?
They do not want all major corporations.
That's what he's saying.
By the
healthcare is a market.
Healthcare is democratic socialism.
No, stop. Healthcare is a market, and if you have government healthcare, you have socialized, nationalized a market.
So is policing. So
no,
we're
policing is
policing
and schooling, and we should have schooling too.
We want free
we should have public transport.
Policing is different.
And a high minimum wage.
Policing is hold on, stop. This is fundamental. There's a line here.
I just want to see where Tom disagrees with me at. Like what
policing is a public good. Policing only. Hold on, stop.
Policing. People who believe in healthcare think it's a public good too.
No, stop. That's what you need to explain.
Okay,
let me explain the line.
What do you mean, Jeb Tam?
Yes, policing is a public good. Police exist because of the government. If the government didn't have laws, police would have no job. So it is not a market. There is no private market for policing if there are no laws. Because the government has laws and they need someone to enforce them, then they need the police to enforce them. The government does not make you get sick. The government is not the reason that you get sick. The government is not the reason you need healthcare. The government is the reason you need police, because police enforce the laws of the government. The police exist because without the police, the people would have no reason to listen to the government because the government wouldn't have an enforcement structure. Without healthcare, there is no material difference to the government as to how they could enforce their laws. The healthcare is a market because without the government, healthcare would still be required. You could say the vague idea of policing would be required, but the idea of a police department that has a standardized set of laws that is federalized across the 50 states, or across, I guess, individual counties and municipalities, and then also the 50 states for federal police. That is something that only exists because the government exists. Healthcare would be a market even without.
That's what just policing looks like when it happens to be under the government. But there would still be policing, right? There would be like a forces. But
those exist now too.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly. He's saying it wouldn't be standardized. It wouldn't be standardized in the way that it is. This is like security and private security.
That's what I'm saying. And those exist.
Hold on.
In a way that
the standards exist.
But the fact that
hit the standards. Yeah.
No, I agree. But the standards exist, so the police exist. But the standards and police existing doesn't impede on the private policing infrastructure, whereas nationalizing healthcare would make illegal.
Sure. Okay, I want to get to Radell. He's been
Okay.
patient.
I mean, it's a really fundamental distinction.
Let's go.
Because
Jed, this is a philosophical difference.
No, stop saying that. Stop saying that. It's a fundamental. These are all philosophies.
It's a difference. The philosophies where you're applying things that we just do not agree with you. We just do not agree with you.
Every political difference is a philosophical difference. What I'm saying is police existing does not make it illegal for me to arrest someone for breaking the law. I actually can do that. When you have a nationalized healthcare system, it often includes the illegality of private insurance to cover the same things that the public healthcare system does.
Okay, I'm telling you,
not allowed to do
everything that you're saying didn't disagree with anything that I was saying, and I don't know that it's disagreeing with Radell either. You gotta let him talk, or let me talk before you start disagreeing with shit that
Radell
doesn't actually.
Well, it did. The fundamental difference I was saying was
sorry. Jed, knock it off.
Jed really wants to talk about healthcare. Maybe a different day.
Well, no. I'm just saying.
No. Don't start talking again.
Well, then don't talk about what I said and then misframe it, so I have to correct it.
I'm telling you, it doesn't engage with
no, he did.
I said you want to talk about healthcare. That's it. Anyway.
No, I don't. The fundamental difference is not that.
Radell, please.
All right. So back to the original point. So regarding the things that was brought up in regards to like nationalism and socialism, from my understanding, the concern is like the perceived utilization from the actors that are nefarious in this equation, right? If he's utilized Charlie Kirk, because how he would use nationalism kind of outlines the things that we're saying and how it's applied in our current government and how the Donald Trump is using it right now regarding his policies that align with nationalism and fascism. The concern is that for socialism, there are actors as well, which I think they exist, right? Of course, we have the biggest political pundit in the social media leftist space in Hassan Piker. And of course, we got a platform that is very clearly outlined what their intentions are and what they advocate for as their underlying principles of what they would do with America ultimately. So if these things already exist, they already have a utilization of the term, that we understand what their intentions are. If the term inherently gets utilized and the movement gets bigger, it just makes it easier for these actors to
that's what I don't understand. Why does that follow? Why does it follow that if the term becomes normalized or utilized, it makes it easier for the subversive elements to come and hold rank? It just sounds like if they just have a big disagreement on policy and control, it's not going to be these tanky types who win. And I don't think that the word changing in terms of its approval or its normalization, what's the evidence for that claim? I don't know what that is based on.
Well, it's concern based off comparison, utilizing the nationalism comparison in the first place, because of what we kind of brought up on how you talked about, like, the Republicans were nationalists before. They took it to a different level where it bled into fascism, and how they're doing it right now. When it comes down to socialism,
well, you don't even have to say that.
Based on
they all say they identify as democratic socialists right now. They want to put democratic socialists in office. The democratic socialists who are running for office do want the government to own all of the major corporations. They do. The politicians that they're voting for, they do want to do all that.
The reason why I applied it very directly is to show how they utilize the enforcement power. When it comes down to socialism, if they get people to agree and understand, or get so black-pilled from the billionaires, they go like, you know what, government should have more control, and they get that feeling, they get that understanding, and they start moving more and more and more until the point where it's like, maybe socialism is okay after hearing it so much. That is what they're saying. That is the concern of what the movement is trying to implement at the time. And
Tom just made a claim.
Go
ahead, sorry. I'll just say Tom made a claim that the candidates that are running the DSA, they already want the government to own every single big corporation. I'm just like, who? Name them. Where? I haven't seen this. Maybe it's true, Tom. Maybe it's true that the people who are running have said, oh yeah, we should have all the major corporations be publicly owned. But I haven't heard it.
I haven't seen that either.
That's
but if a candidate aligns with DSA,
so
which one?
Sorry, who did you
I say democratic socialism, when I say democratic socialism, when I say
you said the candidates
distinguish the two things. I hear you. So when I'm trying to separate these two things, I'm saying that, like, somebody who's a capitalist, generally they want the majority of the economy to be a free market. Not every single thing, but the majority of it. Just the same as a socialist doesn't necessarily. Democratic socialists don't necessarily want each and every single company to be owned by the government, but they want the major corporations to do it. That is literally what
who
democratic
said
socialism
that?
is that's what democratic socialism is. That's how it distinguishes itself from Marxism. I forget the name. I don't remember their names, but it's literally every single
fuck
DSA
out of here with that shit. You don't think that would be plastered everywhere? Is that were the case?
Yeah, they always say not now, but sometime in the far future, as a goal, but not right now.
Well, yeah, they would have.
How far in the future?
Everyone would have run against that. Like,
how far in the future?
Which one? Like, you gotta give me one, right? And just take your time. I'm not trying to gotcha, right? I'm just like,
and just Tom, real quick, how far in the future do you think these people are thinking? Because anytime I hear like a communist talk, I hear like 1,000 years down the line. And it's like, well, I mean,
no,
yeah, it does kind of matter if like me, my kids, my grandkids, and my great grandkids, and my great are never going to experience it. Yeah,
but if someone says they want to end my life, doesn't matter what time they want to end my life.
Yeah, if they want to end your life in 1,000 years from now, I think it's like if someone comes and goes, I want to end your life in 1,000 years. Oh, yeah, so that's what I'm saying. The timeline does matter.
An institution can survive 1,000 years. I won't.
Yeah.
So if they say that, if they say they want to end my life in 50 years, I'm still, regardless if it's 50 years or tomorrow.
I know, but they're not saying they're not saying they want it in 10 years. I never hear any communists or any of these people say they want it in 10 years or 5 years. It's always like some fucking crazy number they say down the line. So
it's directional. It's always directional, just like the Democrats do.
But I'm just saying it's a crazy number down the line. It's never like immediate. So
this is
hold on.
Quickly, I want to get these super chats in. Hold on. I'll
have
the
the
chats and then
he got money. He got money.
We'll go to you, right? The Trib, at least I think this is the Trib, says because if you normalize the rhetoric, you normalize the support for it. People are dumb in general. They will be duped if you allow for it.
No evidence.
No one would message in that way if it wasn't beneficial. Thank you for the $10. And then one more, $2 from the Trib. The DSA's platform, by the way, for Pisco's question.
That's the evidence. Wait, that's the evidence that the candidates in so by that logic,
thank you.
AOC by that logic supports prison abolition. AOC by that logic supports eliminating the police. AOC by that logic supports abolishing the Senate. That's the logic. Wait, Tom. Yes, Tom. Yes or no? That based on that super chat, that's the logic of it follows, right?
Oh, I didn't hear the super chat.
I can answer.
Oh, then fuck you, Tom. I mean, like, let's be real. I'm responding to the super chatter. Why are you saying I'm wrong?
That's funny. But Pisco, you understand there's a difference between DSA endorsement versus DSA involvement, right? Like,
yes, but Tom's yes, I do. But Tom said the candidates, and that's what I'm wondering about. That's what Prime is asking about.
So we're gonna get the answer from Tom now. And Connor, I see your hand up. So just quickly, it seemed like the chatter, and thank you again for the kind donation, was saying, well, yeah, like there's this DSA platform, and that's evidence of these things. But like, as I said this at the start, and many people weren't here for that, but like there's the national DSA platform, right? There's national DSA, right? Then there's like this constituent organizations, these regional organizations, right? There are plenty of these candidates were never endorsed by the national DSA. National DSA took its endorsement back from AOC, as I understand it, right? But she's still endorsed by like the local NYC chapter. And like that doesn't. And so there's a national platform, but the individual chapters don't necessarily like have to take all the planks from the national platform. And so these candidates also don't necessarily support all the national platform. And so just saying, well, the national DSA says these things doesn't get us there. That's why we're looking specifically, and Tom will provide this for us now, a person who is like saying, I promote this, like on the campaign trail. Yeah. And after that, Connor, go ahead.
Yeah.
Trip. Tom?
May I interject real quick?
Yeah,
I wanted. Oh, sorry. Should I wait?
Well, as you said, as I said, I don't know that any of them has specifically said the thing that I'm afraid they're subversively pulling in. So the fact that you're like, hey, Tom, how many of them have announced to the world they're being subversive about this thing? I don't have any examples of that. But I do think that if somebody calls themselves a Marxist and you're like, yeah, but just because they're a Marxist, did they explicitly say they want the workers to own the means of production? Like, no, that's what the fucking Marxist label means. If you're a democratic socialist, it means that you want the majority of the major corporations to be owned by the fucking government. That's what
unless
it
you mean
That's
something
really
else. Unless you mean something else. Unless
that was the whole argument.
Yeah. So like,
I haven't seen them define it differently.
Bernie has done the entire time.
I think
right?
agree that yeah. So Bernie and DSA, as they've elaborated, have not espoused this Marxist vision in the way that you've espoused it. And
Not
certainly,
Marxist,
I think
not
that you don't
Marxist.
believe
Yeah, they just
that something
swept
like
for the Soviet
yeah.
Union
Not
when it was
Marxist.
still around, swept for Cuba when it was still around,
or
swept for Venezuela
socialist
when it was still around,
or socialist.
So
I think
hold on.
you by the people who self-identify as socialists.
I want to address something that Ali said, which is basically like, well, if all the socialists and communists or whatever, if they have 1,000-year timeline, then why do we even give a shit about them participating in politics?
No,
I need y'all to understand
why do you give
something.
a shit? It's not why do you give a shit.
Because, sorry, what's that?
It's not why do you give a shit. It's that like there's obviously like these people are not unreasonable, right? It's not like the assumption is they have an ideal, right? Their ideal is like, well, yeah, obviously communism or like prison abolishment, right? The idea is like, well, yeah, imagine a society where you don't need prisons because people's needs are already met and they don't need to commit crimes, right? So that idea is an ideal. They probably know that it'll never actually happen because utopias don't exist in a real way. But that's the ideal they're coming from, and that's what informs their politics. And so it's not so much that like, oh, it's in 1,000 years, so who cares? It's that like there's a reason why they have these ideals, and it's a reasonable like it's reasonable.
But this is where we disagree. I think that like, so for instance, like communism is a moneyless, stateless, classless society.
Yeah.
I don't believe in a moneyless, stateless, classless society, and I don't think it's the natural endpoint of humanity. So I am fundamentally opposed to these ideas. Then with the decommodification of basic human needs and workers own the means of production, I don't think I would ever have the workers, like if you want to have the workers own the means of production, cool. But I don't think that you should have a state large enough to enforce that. And then same thing with decommodification of basic human need. The only way that I would endorse that is in a post-human labor society. Yeah. So when we have socialists and communists now, who I think are coming up with dumb policies now, I can accept that they're going to be a growing part of the political landscape due to economic discontentment with the current American zeitgeist. But I'm still going to criticize them heavily and call them pieces of shit. Well, say when center-left Democrats sweep for them, they're being complicit in said stupidity.
What if you lull them, right? What if you ease their economic depression, right? Once you ease their economic depression, then they'll probably not care so much for. They'll probably be good with status quo at that point, right? Because they have
that's an FDR argument. That's actually an argument that I would bring to Jebtan. Is like, hey, in order to eliminate the socialists, we need mixed economy capitalism, or else we're going to be fucked in the ass.
I'm not necessarily against mixed economy capitalism. It's just I think less of a potent mix of one side than you would be. But this is my problem. Is it's like I think this words matter. Like the idea that the term socialist and people bearing it matters is a convenient narrative designed specifically for guys like I think it was Wick who tried to say like MAGA is the reason why socialists have arisen in the Democrat Party. It's like no. The Democrats are a reason because the socialists were the fuel to your fire in 2016, right? Bernie was the one getting the most young people impassioned to vote for Democrats 10 years ago, right? They seeded most of your current policy platform, like socialized medicine and all that kind of stuff. People. Yeah, and they inspire people, they mobilize people, but they're your enemies today. This is why they're so frustrated.
They got motion.
The words matter narrative is meant to absolve Democrats
but
of
at
the
time
blame.
Bernie said he wasn't
1,000,000,000,000%, 100% true
against this. Now they bought into the straw man. At the time it was a straw man that Bernie was running on socialism. At the time everybody
said he was a Democratic
socialist. Bro, you can't oh my god.
Wait. So what's the difference between a Democrat and a socialist and Bernie
You're so full of shit. Yeah, you're saying Bernie Sanders doesn't fucking count. Like honestly, what is your problem?
No, I didn't say he didn't count. What the fuck are you talking about? When the fuck?
So that he was. So you're saying. Yeah. So you're suggesting this. So I'll explain. You're suggesting that 2016 is like whatever that Jeb just pointed to, which I think was accurate. That doesn't. That for whatever reason that doesn't indicate any kind of fault on Democrats because Bernie Sanders like didn't run on something or at that time wasn't a part of the set that you're conceptualizing. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, I'm saying that he's literally doing the same thing where he's saying that he didn't run on fucking socialism, that he wasn't running on socialism, that he did call himself
a democratic
but
socialist.
I'm saying Yes, but
and you said if someone calls himself that, we should know they mean they want every company over the government.
I'm literally in the middle of saying that. Yes, that I agree that him saying that he wants that he's a democratic socialist is normalizing the term, and that he obviously does want to own the majority of major corporations, but that at the time, the argument was from like major Democrats and from people who were voting for him is that he's not running on socialism. He's not trying to do socialism. Whereas now that's not the argument. Now people are outright saying like, no, we want to be democratic socialists. We want democratic socialism. We think this is better.
Ahistorical in its cope. Bernie was an unapologetic democratic socialist. It was a campaign issue. These things were raised, as well as his connections. And to Connor's point, his like trips to Cuba to visit and send love letters to Fidel Castro or whatever that narrative was. So you pretended, oh, he just didn't run on it. Like, of course he did. And this is just post-hoc cope.
That's not what I said. That's not what I don't know if you're like purposely being.
Well, you said it was a straw. You said it was a straw man of the Democrats that he ran as a socialist, and he wasn't actually a socialist.
Not that he ran as a socialist. That he was implementing socialism. That he was doing socialism. That like not Bernie Sanders, everybody else in the Democrat Party and his voters were literally arguing that he was not doing socialism. If you guys are disagreeing with this, you're the fucking atheist.
No, they said he didn't want socialism. They said he didn't even want socialism. And then all of a sudden they were like, well, actually he does, but democratic socialism is a different thing, and it's not that bad. It's good.
They were doing like, he's not. They were making a delineation between socialism, as in like social democracy and these other fucking places and the labor movements, and then like socialism as in like China and shit. That's what the people were saying is like he's not a real socialist. It's the same shit that we're saying now, but now you're like, oh, that argument doesn't work anymore because of reasons, right? That kind of like escape hatch for now. What Jepten is going to say is the escape hatch wasn't relevant back then, and it's not relevant now. I would say is like, I think it's pretty convenient for you to think that now there's like a threat and before there wasn't on your own view.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't fucking say that. You can just argue against whatever fucking brick wall you'd rather argue against instead of my ideas. Apparently, they're too big brains for you to actually engage with them. So,
thank you. Hold on. I do want to try this 1 second. Doobie, $10. Thank you so much. True Blue homie. Doobie says you guys need to let go of the Red Scare nonsense and embrace the real red wave. We'll see if it's coming. Gibbs says it's coming. I don't think it's coming. But we'll find out. Doobie for $10 says also it's cool to see so much of the old crew on. It is actually really cool. This is a nice little reunion, impromptu. And then also just one more, Eddie Bombay, $5 Australian. I'm not sure, but I'm not sure. It says words mean nothing if Kamala is being called a godless communist, and winning a debate means farting on stage. No, I mean, she's not a. I mean, this is another thing. They were constantly called a communist, like Obama called a communist. And so like I think we diluted these words constantly. Again, thank you to all the people who helped out. We've diluted these words constantly, and then we're like surprised that like in this moment where we have a rising force on the left, right? That people are just like unsure of what these things actually mean, and like are just like pointing in a direction of something farther down the left spectrum, but like I got no solid idea past that. Like,
what's the policy? What's the disagreement on policy? Wait, like, really, honestly, from the candidates, what is the big divergence? That's what we keep looking for. And there are some, right? Medicare for all versus public option. Okay, that's a disagreement, a real one within the party. But that is speaking. I mean, and honestly, like,
but directionally
has been
yes, I can add to this point because then like it doesn't make sense, or it wouldn't make sense that it's only the deep blue states that keep getting more leftist, right? So it's like the deep blue states experience some type of socialism, right? Or they think it's some type of socialism. So obviously they're going to want more if they think it's working for them. So like New York is prime example. The more left states are going to keep going left because that's the ultimate goal. If like the ultimate goal for Democrats isn't to get to a certain point and stop, is it? Well, what's the point you stop at? Is it not Medicare for all? Is it not free health? Is it not free college? Is it not
you guys?
Is it not basically socialism light? Because what's the end point for Democrats if that's the case?
It's optimizing individual liberty for the citizens so they can.
Yeah, but we're talking about the social the social policies.
Like the question is, what policies will achieve that? That's the question. And that's a much more of a multifaceted.
If Democrats are in charge,
you are closer to AOC and these DSA types than you like to think. That's the point. The basic point is,
trifecta for the next 50 years. What's the end game of Democrats? You guys have a blue wave for the next 50 years. What's the end game for Democrats if it's not technically socialism?
Super liberty.
But that's super liberty. I like that. But ultimately,
it's socialism light. That's the point of
Democrats. Socialists would just say the ultimate liberty is owning the means of production. Like that.
No,
who's
hold
more
on.
free than one who owns the means of production?
Connor, do you get my point?
I do get your point, but I think Radell should answer for himself. But I actually think that because liberals are technocratic, they do believe in a state or whatever, they wouldn't want to resolve all economic dispute, all criminality, all whatever, because freedom would be more important than creating a utopic society. So all they would do, hold on, I want to finish the answer, is they would want to draw in like an extremely technocratic, and depending on the liberal, it would probably be somewhere between like social democracy and mixed economy capitalism. And there's going to be some technocratic balance between those two
socialism
that they literally would perpetuate into like eternity, because freedom would be more important than achieving some
What's more free than free stuff given to you by your government?
What's that?
What's more free than free stuff given to you by your government that you don't have to pay for? So now you can take your money and your money goes farther because you have more money and you don't have to.
But hold up, like truly, I'm not. Sorry. Let me just answer the question. Like I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding between the concepts of like American liberty and what you think freedom is. Like liberty is freedom from the government.
But the Democrats share that misunderstanding.
If a liberal or libertarian had the option between perfect material security for the entirety of their life, but no freedom, then they would choose freedom with material insecurity because they think that freedom is more important than material security. Radell should answer the question himself, though, but I feel like I articulated it.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, you did a very good job in dissecting all of that stuff. I mean, I feel like that's kind of like the most important thing. Yes, I advocate for very important progressive policies, but at the end of the day, the concern will always be the individuals we're talking about in alignment with a platform that will always be brought up. Their end goal and what they're advocating for just seems too antagonistic to what someone like me wants for the vision of America.
Okay, fair enough for some of these. Fair enough for some of the DSA leaders. Fair enough for Hassan Piker.
There's no distinction, really.
Yeah.
So I think that's fair for some of these, online people. It's certainly fair for some of the literal Marxist-Leninists, 100%. But you can't identify a candidate for whom that analysis works, and for whom you would say,
because they're hiding their power level, Pisco.
Because they're hiding their power level.
Okay, that might sound like a joke to you. I am being serious. I do think that AOC, Bernie Sanders, Abdul Al-Sayed, Zoran Mamdani, they're all incrementalists because they know that a revolution is not possible and they need to be incremental in their implementations of socialism so they can make it more palatable to the American people.
It already is.
So I think that
palatable.
the academics of America and these leftist politicians are just identifying that America is not ready for a Marxist revolution, nor are they even ready necessarily for democratic socialism. So they're just being pragmatic.
So they're never going to be ready, which is why you piss these people off, which is why their rhetoric is so crazy, because hey, we live in the best country on earth, but we look at European countries who have democratic socialism. We don't have what they have, but we're supposed to be the richest and the so on and so on.
But they don't. They have social democracy.
But the perception is they do.
Yeah, but here's the issue. Here's the issue.
But I think that's a Trojan horse.
Hold on. Here's the issue that the socialists and the right are having, which is what is your firm and testable, where is your limiting principle that you can apply to a policy or a candidate that differentiates the two? Because if you have one and it is so strong, then an incrementalist, you should be invulnerable to incrementalists, because the moment they fail your test, the moment they cross that line, they will be stopped.
Kick them out.
But the issue is, we suspect you don't actually have like a clean limiting principle that actually differentiates you that much from these people. Not you, Connor, but like you as in talking to the liberals. I think everyone here is very smart and more earnest. But like if the Democrats and liberals who are acting like these people are actually going to destroy America, just like MAGA or worse, don't have a meaningful enough limiting principle that an incrementalist could foil their attempt to save the country, then they're probably just not that different.
I would say, just for me, this is a very important point in my opinion, because one of the things that I constantly say is to determine like what these candidates are really advocating for is to see if they're unlined with the underlying principles of the platform that we're talking about. Do they want to get rid of capitalism? Do they want to draft a new constitution? Do they want to create a socialist republic? If they say yes, 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 you're not on my side. We're not aligned in the same vision. We're not aligned with the same project. And I feel like getting those verifications is important. And I don't like making an assumption about candidates. Oh, I won't make one about AOC, for example. But if I do ask those things and you align with them, then yeah. And this is also
no. But if they give you the right answer, to Connor's point, if they give you the right answer, Radell, you're just going to say they're mask on. You're not going to believe them, and so it's unfalsifiable.
Well, I'm not going to say that.
So, well, almost none
Connor
of them
will
answer that question.
Like I will.
When what's her name? Sharia Eliza was asked. Yeah, when she was asked if she was a fucking communist, she just kept saying, "I'm not running on communism. I'm not running on communism. I'm not answering those questions. I'm not falling for it." So, well, yeah, it doesn't seem to be like a question. And this is the case with a lot of these candidates is when you ask a lot of the more like radical questions, they'll say things like, "Oh, they said that a long time ago." Like that.
Is she going to own up to communism has a negative connotation in this country while she's running for office? Like she can be like, "Yeah, I'm a communist," and just turn off all the voters. Why
well, yeah, but you're just forming up our arguments that they're hiding their power level. And I
because ultimately she knows her platform. She can't do communism, right? She has to go in. She's going to have to some extent moderate. She's going to have to vote with Democrats in order to stay in power, in order to keep her power, right? So she's never really going to be able to implement her idea. It's just a
but all you're doing is you're affirming.
You're saying that she can't implement it because we're the establishment. You're saying we're the establishment. They have to moderate to us. Whereas if we're saying that they become the majority, we have to moderate to them.
If she goes in, if she gets voted in for something, right, and then she doesn't continue to earn the voters vote, then she just gets voted out. It's really that simple.
Okay, but this is where you like. I swear to God, lefties, they just trust that if a substantial amount of people vote for something, that makes it good because of democracy. And especially raised as a Republican, that is not the way that we're fucking raised at all. We're taught to be skeptical of the fucking mob. As a matter of fact, the reason why so many Americans like think of the Middle East and North Africa and South America and all that kind of shit as like rabid shitholes is because of the political power of the mob to implement terrible policy. So appealing to democracy doesn't do shit for me. And then not just that, but all you did was you affirmed the fact that this lady is hiding her power level. And not just that, adding additional evidence. AOC and Bernie Sanders were on a podcast recently, and this was an argument that I think was presented to Hutch, where Hutch was saying like, "Oh, AOC moderated, AOC moderated, AOC moderated." Well, apparently Bernie Sanders and fucking AOC were winking and nodding to each other about Rosa Luxemburg within the past like 6 months. So yeah, I think these people are socialists.
And I want to give Pisco because I know he's got to head out.
Yeah, then I want to reply to that.
I gotta go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just say, listen, I'm not.
I do want to say one thing.
I want to give you a last word, Pisco.
Tom, feel free to ask your question first. Tom can ask a question, and then I can give a last word if that's okay with you, Brian.
So if all they're wanting to do is just have the government do more things, why would they identify as socialists at all? If it seems like all they want is just like more free healthcare and all the same things the Democrats want, why are they identifying as socialists whatsoever?
Yeah, so my response to that is two. The first is I don't think that they're exactly the same in every respect as Democrats who don't identify as socialists. I think that they probably want significantly more public ownership, significantly more, government doing stuff. And so there's a difference in magnitude that is notable, and it's something that like should be identified for sure. And so there's a magnitude difference there that everyone can see. It's not a difference in kind just yet. I think some of these people, they are committed to a difference in kind ideology, but practically I think it makes little difference for someone like Mamdani, etc. But then secondly, on why use the term, I think that there's identified movements, whether it's the labor movement in the UK or the labor movement in other countries, that where they use the term socialism to just mean something different, and they want to sometimes that and taking ownership of that appeals to them for whatever reason, or they have like revolutionary, romanticizing some of this this tendency of a revolution and socialism, whatever. I don't fucking know. You're gonna have to ask them. I think that they probably do share some ideological coherence. What I'm trying to say, and I think what Jeb is trying to say, is to the extent that the Democratic Party is like wondering out loud whether or not these people should be quote unquote catered to. I mean, it's already done. That's what we're saying, is that there's already significant overlap in ideology, and the difference is in magnitude, I think. But I don't think that there's like this huge divergence, because whenever it gets to those like big ideological disagreements, at the end of the day, it's like abolish all private capital you guys will raise, or it's make public all major corporations. I don't hear them advocating for that in any kind of realistic future. Therefore, even if that is in their mind, I just don't care.
And the Democratic
because
Party,
it's so long term, it's so far away, and we can prevent it if necessary, right? That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's not a threat that you should be like, okay, now vote for MAGA. And that's what I've been hearing from some people. That sounds fucking unhinged, especially in light of what they've been saying about Trump and MAGA for so long vis-a-vis the threat on fascism. That's my point.
And the Democratic Party is the only vehicle available. Like, it's not like we can just form a third party and then from there exercise power. Yeah. So the Democratic Party is a vehicle, and then that party, you have to differentiate yourself clearly, especially because the corporate Democrats, are useless and will provide nothing. Right. They're making a hard difference, and that difference points to socialism. But it tends to be, sock them stuff. Radell, you can go ahead, and then we'll let Pisco wrap it up, I guess.
Yeah, this will be my last thing. Ultimately, I agree with Pisco, obviously, in the sense that the utilizing the threat of socialism is not a good enough excuse to not vote for the Democrat. I just don't agree to that in this current time. I've said that multiple times. With that said, I do think you can align very clearly the aspect of them just being a part of DSA, and this is the disagreement that I will fundamentally have with what some people are saying regarding it. If the principles in the DSA in itself is saying what you believe in, then you acquiring that label and being a part of the organization is you acquiring the principles themselves. Otherwise, why would you be a part of the organization? And that's kind of something that's very important to me if I see that type of allegiance.
So go
ahead. Love you guys.
Pisco, before you go though, quickly. Hey, our friend Connor was saying,
shout out.
You may have missed that, but we'd love to have you on more Mondays if you're around. Connor's been around. We're trying to get the old crew back, so if you're around,
message me. Yeah,
I
love.
And Pisco's not an anti-Semite. And I'll sweep for him not being an anti-Semite. So now I
sweep for him as well.
True. I love Pisco. We are Pisco.
Stop hating on Pisco.
And I love you, Tom.
Yeah. Resident ethnic Jew. He's clean.
I appreciate you guys. And I love Tom. And I want to say to Prime, I go hard on Prime. I go hard on Tom. But it's all love, and it's because I feel comfortable with these guys that we can disagree, and it's not going to do anything. And so I appreciate all that, guys, and I love you guys. Stay cool, and I will do more Mondays.
Have a good time in Japan, man.
Thank you.
I'm curious what he's doing in Japan. Let me read these super chats, and then if you guys want to continue on for a little bit more or end it, whatever you want to do.
Y'all can keep rolling, but it is my bedtime. I got to be streaming tomorrow too.
Okay, well, then let me read these super chats.
I'm gonna hang out for super chats.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, and we'll wrap it up after that. Okay. The Trib, thank you again for the $10, and no, thank you for the kind help. Thank you, the Trib. Seriously. I imagine we might be disagreeing, but I do appreciate the kindness on your end. We didn't and won't fold like y'all did, Jeb Tan. DSA will try and fail. Socialists will try and fail. We're too strong for the takeover. Whenever there's 2 attempts for it, libs are better than you.
Libs, let's go.
There you go.
Listen, he and I are getting a better understanding of each other in chat. I think he was talking to someone who is not me, and then realized it's not me. But
you think so? We'll see.
No, he's saying the
$5
Republicans.
trip
He's saying the
says-
Republicans folded to MAGA, and like he's
Yeah,
probably saying
yeah.
that you're probably more of a Republican, right? I know that you're libertarian.
oh, I guess, yeah, but I didn't vote for Trump.
Libertarians don't exist
Yeah.
anymore either.
I'm not saying we can't treat them like the adults they are, though. I'm
More
expressing that my
libertarians in
fear
government
isn't
now
on
than
the
ever,
level
that's
of
true.
Wix, not even Tom's, to be honest. Lib W. Oh,
True.
okay. You're a lib, and it pains me to say thank you, but I do appreciate the kind donations. But like, yeah, we'll crush you too. Don't
His
worry,
money's
it's fault.
socialist,
it's on
Prime.
to
It's
you.
fine.
It's socialist now.
Yeah.
But okay.
It's not good
I
enough for
wanna-
the corporatists. You know what I'm saying?
I want to
Here.
give an exit to everyone once I get this super chat out of the way too. If James Talarico, thank you, Eddie Bombay. If James Talarico operates under the same holy book as Steve Bannon, does that mean the Democrats have voted in a potential Christian nationalist?
Yo, that's crazy. That's it to say.
Does anyone? Do you feel like on
No.
the same holy book as? I don't
No.
think so. I wouldn't.
No.
I wouldn't say that. No.
I don't know
Um,
that Steve Bannon operates under
No,
any
I
holy
think
book.
I think he's.
So that's
I
a
think
fact,
he's-
actually.
I assume he's
Yeah.
talking about my argument that because like you're normalizing a label, that normalizing a Christian means you're normalizing Christian nationalism, whereas I think that there's like obvious massive differences there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can ascertain applied prescription based off like what.
So
how
he's
they
saying,
talk
yeah.
about
So
it.
just because you're a Christian doesn't mean like you take in all of the other craziness of like the far Christian extreme.
By far,
right?
the majority
Um,
of Christians are not Christian nationalists. Like, simple.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
appreciate
Christianity
Eddie
is not
Bombay.
Christian nationalist.
Let's give an outro to all these wonderful individuals. Thank you so much. This has been really exciting, right? I really want to thank my guests here. We came in with a very small group and we're going to talk about something else, but I was like, all right, let's just do anything. And then, as always, this group delivers. This group delivers because I knew we can argue about anything. My man Connor came up with a great one, right? he knew the results beforehand. He already had the cheat sheet to the experiment. So I appreciate you guys.
This is the
for
fight
coming
we
in
wanted to have
and being
last week,
fantastic.
and Bam wouldn't let us. So
Bam.
we had to let us have it this time.
So let's give everyone an outro. Let's go start from my friend Ali. Thanks for being here, friend.
Thanks for having me. I mean, my closing will kind of be the response to Connor I wanted to have. It's not so much that like a majority of people vote something that means something good. The perk, like the blessing of that is democracy, is that a lot of people vote something because it's something a lot of people want. We have to let it happen because it's the will of the people, right? And if the will of the people ends up being correct, well, then they did vote something good. And if the will of the people ends up being incorrect, well, then thank God you have 2 years or 4 years later to vote them out and get what you want and rework it. You have 2 years to work it out. And so, yeah, we like the idea that Trump got voted in. Well, everyone's like, well, look at the aftermath, the fissure of the Republican Party, so on and so forth. That's a good thing. Everyone's kind of putting their lines down. Everyone's trying to figure out where they lie, where their loyalties are, so on and so forth. And the same thing should probably happen over on the left, right? If we're gonna break apart, if we're gonna have a whole thing, if we're gonna get into a more parliamentary system rather than the literally just the two-party system, I mean, let it happen now. Let's figure it out while we can, and then maybe we get to a good point. And if we don't get to a good point, we'll just vote them out. That's the beauty of democracy, right? The American dream.
Counterpoints, please.
Yeah, the reason why I don't like this is I don't think this is the American dream. I think if you actually go to the founding fathers, they specifically started all these archaic institutions because of their fear of the mob. The reason why it was the franchise was limited to white men of good character was because they were afraid of the mob. The reason why we have the Electoral College was because they were afraid of the mob. The reason why we have a bicameral legislature is because we feared the mob. The reason why Americans don't write policy themselves and then vote on it directly is because of the fear of the mob. And I fear the mob as well. I think that if you look at the French revolutions or the Chinese revolution or the Russian revolution or anything like that, you can see where the mob has gone astray. So appealing to pure unfettered democracy is actually not appealing to the founding principles of this country, in my opinion. And I am definitely a Republican in that I like representative democracy over direct democracy. Absolutely. So what I would say in reference to this topic, though, I think that the liberals have lost. I think they've lost already. I think it's a matter of time. I think that the economic stratification in this society is going to make economic populism popular on both the left and the right. I think that we have to make our peace with the fact that MAGA or whatever comes after MAGA is going to be a power broker on the right, which was partially motivated by economic populism. I think that we are going to have to make our peace that 30% of the Democratic Party is going to be some level of economic populist left, and that they are going to be social democrats or democratic socialists. I think we have to fight them on their ideas. We have to fight them on why their policies are shit. We have to criticize their dog shit geopolitical takes. We have to criticize their dog shit domestic law enforcement takes. And we have to fight it out in the marketplace of ideas, which is unfortunate. And the discourse is gonna suck. You thought kink at Pride discourse 3 years in a row was terrible?
Dude,
political
what about trans
discourse.
everything discourse?
Dude, political,
everything.
dude, when political discourse is divided between socialists on the left, MAGA on the right, and then center right people and center left people, it is going to be a circular firing squad like you've never fucking seen.
But definitely bad precedent for
the
it.
good news is the panels will probably be fire. So I'm very happy to be here. I'm happy to be coming back into the debate scene a little bit. I had a lot of fun, and thank you so much for having me, Prime.
Thanks so much. My only response is that, of course, the founding fathers were also slavers, so maybe we could just ignore what
a little bit.
We
don't ignore it. We just go, it's bad. What do you want me to say?
They did a whoopsie daisy, Prime. They were just a little whoopsie daisy.
So
the genocide of the Native Americans and chattel slavery. It was just a little whoopsie daisy.
Just
pretty
accept
bad
they made a bit of a
for
boo-boo,
sure.
right? And then from there, accept everything else that they wanted. Okay, sure, whatever.
It's bad. What do you want me to say?
Okay.
They're evil.
Well, that helps. But let's go to our friend Radell. Thanks so much for being here, and I love the pushback you were giving Radell.
Yes, sir. Crazy enough, even though I push back quite a bit, I do advocate for quite progressive policies. My only thing is that when we're having the conversation, sometimes I do think it can be overgeneralized and be a bit nihilistic to certain points of views that I do think doesn't really meet what's a lot of actual politicians and actual pundits think and want to do, but understanding that the system is skewed and for a variety of reasons that I mentioned, that is preventing them from pushing things in the right direction. And even sometimes when they do try to push things in the right direction, it backfires extraordinarily. And that's just the truth of the matter. So, so that's why I try to raise some of these points that I brought up in the first place. But ultimately, I think we can move in the proper direction, a better direction. I do believe that you can work with your enemies, but I also think that you should make it very clear that these people were not working on the same project. And right now, MAG is the biggest threat in America, and that should always be at the forefront of every conversation in lieu of the upcoming midterms. Radell, you can find my podcast, Political Breakdown. Funny enough, not only do I talk with a lot of different political identities, I've talked to plenty of libertarians, even though I was pushed back in Jeb 10. I've spoken with plenty of libertarians and independents as well. And if they're a good candidate, regardless, push them as long as they beat MAGA. That's my my stance. And I also have something upcoming later on. I don't know what's going to come out. Plan to go to Vegas and debate Marquette Burton in a political debate. So that should be fun.
Shout out to them. Okay, yeah. I think that's what Gibbs might be doing. He's doing something at Vegas, filming something. Maybe the same thing, same organization.
Well, we're definitely not going to be on the same side, but maybe I'll see him.
Let's go to our friend Tom. Tom, I'm glad you were able to jump in at the very end. I've always enjoyed sparring with you, friend, and I really want to get deeper on this topic and really understand your point of view. But yeah, thanks for being here.
Yeah, appreciate you inviting me on. He invited me on, and I had another thing that I had to go do before this. But my name's Tom. Go by Tom Foolery Show. Just finished debating Destiny, or I guess kind of a debate right before this, and hopefully we'll be putting that out later. So make sure you subscribe to the channel to get that probably tomorrow. But the I guess overall, I mean, I think that when it comes to what it is that the DSA candidates run on, it's not very encompassing. I don't feel like a lot of times we get a whole lot of information from them. It's normally very strict and narrow. We want free healthcare. We want more accountability for the president. We want, like, it's normally almost every single thing that they list off. It's normally things that I find to be just standard Democrat sorts of things. I agree that they do want more things to be, anti-Israel funding, shit like that. I do agree that they want more government funding, or sorry, more companies to be owned by the government or socialized or whatever. And that they outly say that much, but I think that it is pretty clear they identify as socialists. They identify as democratic socialists. This means something. It comes with something. And I don't think that we would give this sort of charitability to literally anybody else who identifies as a fascist, who identifies as a nationalist, who identifies as a communist. I don't think, they mean something different when they say it, so it's okay. Like, I think that generally terms mean things, and a lot of people, they gather around those terms. It's part of their identity. It means something to them. And then they also tribalize based off those identities and start becoming in favor of other policies based on those labels. So I think that that is where the left is moving, but I don't think we're fucked. I don't think we're done. I think that John Ossoff can come in and win the presidency in 2028, and then he can redefine the Democrat Party in my image. So
I think John Ossoff would be a tough one to beat, actually. Like that would be a little tough for me, actually. I think he might be a really strong candidate. Yeah, John Ossoff. Yeah, absolutely. I can recognize a strong
a 40-year-old. I'll take it just off the age.
Strong Democratic corporatist. Yeah,
I'll take it off the age. I'll take a 40-year-old.
I power scale my enemies properly. But just quickly before we go to Jeb Tan, hey guys, if you haven't done so already, because I didn't do a call to action, just follow the channel, Prime Cayes, on Twitch, YouTube, or Kick, right? We'd love to have you. So if you're out there and you have fun, consider doing that. We do this every Mondays, and we have other streams as well. So consider helping, being part of this. It's very quick. And thank you again to those who donated earlier. Okay, go ahead, Jeb Tan.
Yeah, I mean, same point as before to start. I mean, the socialism as a term and a label matters so much is a convenient argument that Democrats, I think, want to use to absolve themselves of being the real Trojan horse for socialism the past 2 decades. Whether you want to look at it as a heroic Trojan horse, you're on the side of Odysseus and whatnot, or you're on my side where you think it's a little subversive, whatever. But Democrats advocating for socialism in part for probably longer even than 2 decades now is the real reason why socialist ideas have become more attractive. Their media, it's exclusively lived in their media, their party, supported by their structures and their colleges and their deep blue states. It's been perpetuated. But the reason why they want to say socialism as a term and a label matters so much is so they can do what like Wick did and say MAGA. It's actually somehow MAGA's fault that socialism gave rise in the Democrat Party. It's an ideology that MAGA hates, that the right hates, that the Democrats liked, that they used all their policies, they used all of their, they used their structures, everything. But it's the right's fault somehow that socialism rose in the Democrat side. I think MAGA is no longer, by the way, from what people were saying, the biggest threat. I think people need to just vote on the policies they like because MAGA is dying. And I think if you are a genuine, liberal Democrat who is not socialist, who's sort of like an abundance Democrat, the best thing you can do is find the most moderate Republican around you and try to work with them, because that's the only way you're going to find a coalition that's going to beat these fringe populist movements that are obviously operating together on big issues like Israel and Palestine and things like that. But if you refuse to either say socialism is bad and so we won't support socialists or socialist policies, if you refuse to do that, then your only option is to embrace socialist policies and socialist politicians. Otherwise, you're going to end up in the position you're in now, where you lose every argument because you're supporting socialist policies, but not socialist politicians. And you have no clear identity and nobody knows what you stand for until finally your base gets tired of you showing them one thing and saying another. And they're going to crave the politician that will say the thing they're being shown. And you will have your blue MAGA. So find a way to moderate and work with the other side, or accept that you have ushered in socialism yourself and just say, we're going to just do 70% that and hope that they stop at 70%.
Okay. All right. I'll raid out. Thanks so much, everyone, for being here. I'm just going to send you guys off to like I don't know. This is a chick. She's like live streaming in Tokyo. Where our friend Pisco probably is. But off you go. And thanks so much, guys. Have a good one.